What do you think this is? Communist Castro here? You got choices.
Bro, and he's like 30.
Now, up to 3 million people in Hong Kong are to be granted new rights to come to live and work in the UK. The decision follows China's imposition of a new security law that makes it a crime to undermine Beijing's authority. Boris Johnson denounced the legislation as a clear and serious breach of the 1985 Sino-British Joint Declaration. That was the agreement which set out how certain freedoms would be protected for 50 years after China assumed sovereignty back in 1997. Our China correspondent John Sudworth has the latest for us.
23 years after China took control of Hong Kong, it was an anniversary marked with tear gas and arrests. Familiar scenes, but the stakes for protesters are now so much higher with the new national security law in force. For Hong Kong's pro-Beijing leaders, though, this was a day to celebrate, with a flag-raising ceremony and a champagne toast with Chinese officers. For Beijing, this is all about sovereignty, with China denying that the new law breaches its promise to Britain to uphold Hong Kong's freedoms. But the UK government clearly disagrees, and it is now pushing ahead with its plan to offer up to 3 million Hong Kongers eligible for British National Overseas Passports, or BNOs, a route to citizenship.
We will grant BNOs 5 years limited leave to remain with the right to work or study. After these 5 years, they'll be able to apply for settled status. And after a further 12 months with settled status, they will be able to apply for citizenship.
Senior Chinese officials, though, had already made it clear they've no time for what they see as foreign meddling.
We are making a law concerning a region of China to safeguard its national security. It's none of your business.
Hong Kong's protesters, though, are certain that something fundamental is being lost.
I'm angry at the disrespect for human rights that this national security legislation brings.
I think very obviously the purpose of law is to change Hong Kong from rule of law to rule of fear.
This photo shows the first man arrested for advocating independence from China. And new police banners were on display, warning that such slogans could constitute secession or subversion, new offences punishable with up to life in prison. John Sudworth, BBC News, Beijing.
While official identification of her remains is still pending, gruesome new details about the murder of 20-year-old soldier Vanessa Guillen are emerging. According to family attorney Natalie Quam, Vanessa was attacked with a hammer while working on base at Fort Hood inside an armory room on April 22nd, the day she went missing. Quam tells Court TV this heinous act caused her blood to be splashed all over the armory room. Then, according to Quam, the man responsible, Army Specialist Aaron Robinson, cleaned the room and transported her body in a container, wheeling it to his car. Then, according to Quam, Robinson called his girlfriend to help him bury Guillen. Quam says, at first they tried to set her on fire, but she wouldn't burn. Then they dismembered this beautiful U.S. soldier's body with a machete. The two then, according to Quam, used lime and concrete to dispose of her body. Aaron Robinson, an Army specialist from Calumet City, Illinois, worked with Vanessa Guillen, but was not her superior. Robinson committed suicide as investigators attempted to take him into custody. His girlfriend, a 22-year-old married woman from Killeen, Texas, is in custody pending federal charges. Quam tells Court TV she needs to be brought to justice.
I can't comment on the validity or the accuracy of that.
Investigators would not confirm the details of Guillen's murder during a briefing at Fort Hood. Investigators did, however, push back on the family's claims that not everything possible was done in the early investigation to find the soldier.
I can tell you I've been part of other criminal investigations, and the team that's come together to do this is exceptional. And their performance has been absolutely exceptional, and I'm appreciative of that.
As for the family's contention that Guillen was being sexually harassed before her disappearance, Army investigators say they looked into it but didn't find any credible evidence.
There has been no information, and we've interviewed hundreds of people, to include all acquaintances and coworkers of Miss Guillen. So there's no allegation whatsoever that she's been sexually assaulted or harassed, and any hint of information that was sexual harassment was completely looked at without any credible information.
Guillen's family, along with members of Congress, have been critical of the Army's response to the harassment claims made by the family. Command at Fort Hood says they would welcome an outside evaluation.
As part of the Army, we conduct reviews on our performance as a matter of course. It's in our DNA, it's part of our culture, we're incredibly critical on ourselves, and that's how we get better. As such, that's as part of an external review is why I've requested FORSCOM to come down and do a review of this sexual shark program at Fort Hood, Texas. So the source of the external review matters not to me. I welcome it because it's what we do in the Army going forward.
Let's bring in now Court TV Live anchor Ted Rollins, who is standing by for us with some breaking news. Ted, good evening.
Good evening, Julia. We just received a criminal complaint from the United States government against 22-year-old Cecily Aguilar. This is the girlfriend of Aaron Robinson we talked about in our report. And in this complaint, it details basically what happened here. And it is exactly as we heard today from the lawyer of Vanessa Guillen's family. But in this complaint, we're getting a little bit more information. According to Cecily Aguilar, and she now has admitted this to investigators after lying during her first two interviews, now she has come clean. She says that Aaron Robinson picked her up from her job at a gas station the night Vanessa was missing, and they went out to a remote area, and that is where he opened up this crate, and it had Vanessa's body in it. She says they tried to burn it. They dismembered her body using machetes and axes. And at the end of the day, they tried to burn her body parts. They did not burn. They ended up burying her in 3 separate spots in this area about 25 miles away from Fort Hood. It is just absolutely grisly what these two did. What is not there, though, Julie, is a motive, and that's the big question. What happened here? We still don't know why on earth this beautiful young 20-year-old soldier was bludgeoned first with a hammer at work at Fort Hood, and then was taken out in this crate and dismembered by Aaron Robinson and his girlfriend, Cecily Aguilar.
You know, Ted, that might be what's the most stunning thing. I mean, you've brought us so much information, first in your report, now with this breaking news, and today at that press conference, It was like no comment was the theme, really. It's like, really, we learned very, very little from the military with this, didn't we?
Yeah, we did at this point, and now that this has been filed, I think the floodgates are starting to open up. Today's press conference was a bit odd because we did expect some detail, and there were a lot of questions about detail, but they did not want to comment it because it's an ongoing investigation, and charges, I'm sure, are still pending for Cecily Aguilar. Who knows if anyone else is involved, but at this point, it seems as though it's just these two after reading this complaint. It's pretty detailed. But the Army wanted to hold this news conference because they wanted to push back a bit. Vanessa's family has been very vocal about what has happened in this investigation, saying that the family was lied to, saying that they basically were doing nothing for 2 months. And that, according to the Army, is absolutely not true. They talked about it during this press conference.
Vanessa Guillen is a loss to all of us, certainly obviously to her family, but also likewise a loss to us in the Army and here at Fort Hood. She's part of our family as well. In regards the command, the investigators, myself, our contact with the family have never been involved false information. And I am really sorry that I was not able to provide them information sufficient to reduce their suffering. I can't imagine what they're going through. What I was able to share was tempered by my responsibility to protect the integrity of the investigation so that we could A, find Vanessa, B, prosecute those responsible for this travesty, and in the end be in a position to punish them. And I just wish I could have done a better job balancing those two needs.
Julie, I've been hard on the command at Fort Hood, Court TV. A lot of people have. The family has been extremely hard. Their lawyer, after today's press conference, and more importantly, after reading this criminal complaint, they were working on this. They were, and they just weren't telling the family details. And part of this, I think, is just the military way. It's, they didn't want to compromise the investigation. They may have taken that to the nth degree. The family took it wrong. And then I think there was a communication gap with the sexual harassment. The Army saying, the sexual harassment part of the puzzle is important to us. It isn't important in this case. They knew more than the family gave them credit for in terms of Robinson and the relationship between he and people.
That's reassuring to know that they were investigating this and that it wasn't falling on deaf ears.
Think of Facebook's size. 3 billion users, annual revenue of $70 billion, all built on targeted ads and with one man in charge.
I don't think that any one individual or any company should be making so many decisions about important values for society like free expression and safety.
But is Facebook losing control? Can it manage misinformation and hate speech? Facebook's certainly under pressure. It's facing an advertiser boycott that's growing by the day. It was started by the campaign Stop Hate for Profit. It lists the content it wants gone from Facebook and Instagram too. This includes white supremacy, anti-Semitism, and vaccine misinformation. And the message resonated. All of these companies have now joined the boycott. Lego, for example, says it wants to contribute to a positive, inclusive digital environment. The language is more stark from clothing company Patagonia.
Their business model's flawed and they failed to take the steps needed to remedy it. So I think now more than ever, they're endangering human health and weakening our democratic systems.
And concerns about content on Facebook are global, from Islamophobia in Australia and New Zealand to ethnic tensions in India to mistruths from Donald Trump. Of course, Facebook has its defense. The man behind Mark Zuckerberg here is Nick Clegg. It's VP of Global Affairs and Communications. In an open letter, he says Facebook does not profit from hate. He goes on to say that of more than 100 billion posts every day, a tiny fraction are hateful. Though, of course, even a fraction of 100 billion is still a lot. Facebook also highlights its policy targeting content from dangerous individuals and organizations, a new campaign offering advice on misinformation, and a new oversight board which will review content, though hasn't yet. And we're told Facebook has gone from identifying a quarter of the hateful content it removes to 88% of it. Its critics, though, say this isn't enough, and 3 issues cut to the heart of this. The first is Facebook's scale. Nick Clegg argues rooting out the hate is like looking for a needle in a haystack. We can't eliminate all hate speech, he says. And on one level, he's right. The volume of content is vast and ever expanding. Any system would struggle to monitor it all. But this isn't all or nothing. This is about reducing the content and making it harder to find, which leads us to the next issue of which content is targeted, who decides what's truthful and what's hateful. This is Mark Zuckerberg talking to the BBC.
I think you want to generally allow as wide of an aperture of expression as possible across the internet.
He's also said he doesn't want Facebook to be an arbiter of truth. But this ad boycott is asking all tech platforms to be arbiters, and they're reaching different conclusions. Twitter labelled a Donald Trump tweet as glorifying violence. The streaming service Twitch has suspended the Trump campaign because of hateful conduct. That refers to a 2015 Trump speech in which he accuses Mexico of sending rapists to America. Facebook, for its part, says it has zero tolerance of hateful posts, but it hasn't removed anything by the president. Matters of truth and hate are sometimes clear, often they're not. It's a judgment, and that tension around what stays and what goes will not be easily resolved. So we've looked at scale, at defining truth and hate. Next, the issue of responsibility. Does Facebook simply reflect reality? Facebook's response to this boycott has restated two of its long-standing beliefs. One, that the vast majority of conversations on its platforms are positive. And two, this.
When there's hate in the world, there will also be hate on Facebook.
Facebook believes it's a force for good, that it's motivated by making the world better, that it reflects society. Not so, argues US media veteran Walter Isaacson. He says Facebook does not just reflect society's hatred and resentments, it amplifies them, intentionally, for profit. They're smart enough to fix this if they want it, he says. They're also smart enough to know Facebook's share price, as it's navigated several huge controversies. Facebook does feel pressure, but extraordinary success means it's not easily bumped off course by boycotts or anything else. And I'll finish with one important distinction. No doubt, people are proving highly susceptible to misinformation and hate speech on the internet. But Facebook isn't the internet. It's a business with online products, and within its domain, it sets the rules. Mark Zuckerberg still controls these platforms. He has plenty of options and some choices to make. Thanks very much for watching. If you liked that report, you can find lots more from me right here.
You can ride an elephant in Thailand. I rode an elephant in Thailand.
Nice.
It was actually, they were actually healthy, happy elephants that were well taken care of because it's an elephant rescue. So they're free elephants. They wander around. They literally came out of the mist in the jungle like a movie. It was crazy. And they're treated really, really well. So I didn't like the riding part. No. I thought that was kind of fucked up, but they don't give a fuck, man. You are literally like a hat to them.
Yeah, they're huge.
Yeah.
They're strong.
But they came over, and the whole idea was you pay for this experience with the elephants, and in that they rehabilitate these elephants, and they've released many of them back to the wild.
Well, that's good stuff.
Because they don't need to be trained to be able to just eat vegetables and let in vegetation. They just do it. So they came over, and you were introduced to the elephant that you were going to take care of for the day, and then you start feeding it sugarcane, and they love you. So you're feeding them, and you touch them. They're super gentle, like the most gentle creatures. And then you actually clean them off. You wash them off, and you so there's like this grooming thing. Yeah. And then when you go to get on them, they know you're trying to get on them, so they actually lift their leg up like this, so that you can step on their leg.
Yeah.
And then you step on them, and you climb on top of them. It's difficult. Like
it's hard.
It's hard to ride them, but they literally don't give a fuck if you're on them because you're so light to them. And then they make their way through the jungle, but it was pretty cool.
That's nuts, man.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It was it's humbling, but that's the only way I'd want to be around them other than in the wild. Like I get bummed out at zoos.
I do too. That's my story, right? So I've been yelled at for that. That's like the story of 2020 is getting yelled at for everything. But I rode when I was a kid. You could ride elephants at the zoo, and so I don't know.
People got mad at you for that?
I mean, I told the story one time, and people like lost their minds on me because I guess it's not okay now. It was like it cost $1. So they weren't rehabilitating elephants or doing anything good with it. I was like 7 though, so I don't really remember it. But it's like times have changed.
Yeah, but you're mad at you for something you did when you were little, which is funny. That's one of the things that's going on now, is people are retroactively getting canceled for things.
Yeah, like they did when they were kids.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I mean, it's like everything's a permanent stain on you. There's no growth. You can't become a better person.
What do you think that is? Like, what is the desire that people have to do that? Like, where's that coming from?
Well, you know, there's 2 ways we could talk about it. We could talk about the psychological side of it, which is like a moral purity thing that's going bonkers, or we could talk about it in terms of the ideas, the theory that's fueling this, and that's all about. It has this idea that comes from French philosophy that words and ideas and thoughts and patterns have traces that don't ever really go away. And so if something, you know, used to be associated with something bad and we still use the word, or even if you pretend that it was the case and you still use the word, then it carries this negative trace. So the moral panic and the psychology side of it's fueled by this kind of like stupid idea that words always have to mean kind of what they meant in the first place.
Are people aware of that though? Is this just conveniently connected to it, or conveniently similar? Or do you think that people are actually aware of this concept?
I don't think most people do. Like there's this, so you know we're generally talking about this whatever woke thing that's happening, right? And so you got to think of woke kind of like a church, right? Like I grew up Catholic, so it's like you got cultural Catholics, like they kind of go to church and maybe they go to confession sometimes, and they don't really, they do it, but they don't really do it. And then you have like the hardcores. Like I had a friend in high school that like took notes at church. Right, I'm like
serial killer.
Yeah, it's like you do what? You take notes, and then you know you've got the pastor, and he obviously studies it, or the priest in a Catholic context, and they study it, and then you've got the theologians that really study it, and so the stuff I'm talking about is like theology level, like that's like the scholars, and then your average person just wants to feel like a good person.
So you've got like the woke academics, like the woke people that are teaching it to kids.
Yeah.
That really teach it as like critical theory, like critical race theory.
That's right. Yeah.
So those are the ones that are probably aware of all the nonsense.
They're making the nonsense actually. I think they pick some of it up from culture, you know, from activist groups or whatever, but then they refine it and turn it into something, and it, you know, has this really weird feeling to it. Like you get the impression that it's like they're wrestling with their inner demons and then they're like writing it down.
Yes.
It's like this book now, White Fragility, right? Robin DiAngelo's book, White Fragility.
That's the one that Matt Taibbi destroyed.
Yeah.
Thank God for Matt Taibbi.
Yeah, it was
thank
so good.
the baby Jesus and Odin.
That's right. It's so good though, because he's right. He's actually right about it. So if you read the book, there's all these weird vignettes that she tells, these stories. She's like, oh, I went to this potluck for work, and I'm walking around. I walk up and then see there's 2 parties, and we're at the park, and there's 2 groups of people. One of them's all black, and one of them's not. And I had this moment of panic that I might have to be in the all black group. And it's like, lady, what's going on? You know? And then it's like, all white people are racist is like her conclusion from this, and it's like, maybe it's you.
So she had this panic that she was going to have to party at the park with black people?
Yeah.
And she was worried that she was racist because of that, and therefore all white people are racist?
See, that's what I'm thinking is going on, right? So I'm thinking, I've thought this for a number of years, is that a lot of this stuff where you get these like woke activists doing their blogs or these scholars writing this stuff down, is that they're looking at their own lives. So you have these people that are like, they're walking down the street, you know, maybe whatever, they walk into the hotel, they walk into the restaurant, and they're like, I saw a black guy. And then it's like, I'm not supposed to notice that. And then they start having like this thing in their head, and then they go write an angry blog about how terrible racism is because they're wrestling with it themselves. It's like Sigmund Freud, right? He had that whole idea that everybody wants to have sex with their mothers, and like your psychology is all how you resolve that problem. And it's like, maybe you just wanted to have sex with your mother, Sigmund Freud, you know? And then now it's everybody's a racist is kind of the vibe of the new thing. And there's like this weird religious kind of thing happening around it.
That's really the thing that gets me, is how similar this is to religious or not just religious ideology, like how rigid it is, but also indoctrination, like religious cults, how they indoctrinate people. And one of my friends, Kurt Metzger, really funny guy, who was a Jehovah's Witness when he was younger. And so he's really, really, really sensitive to this stuff. He's like, I know where this is going.
Yep.
Like, this is the same thing that I got when I was in the Jehovah's Witness. This is cult shit.
Yeah.
It's these rigid ideologies that cannot be challenged. You can't in any way veer from the course.
That's right. And they set you up, right? So every single one of these things sets you up. So, for example, one of my favorite examples of these kind of like setups, right? Historically, in the book, I talk about historically, you know, the black feminists came along and they're like, oh, feminism's too white. Feminism isn't paying attention to black feminist issues or black women's issues. And so then these feminists were like, oh, we have to fix that. You know, and they start writing about black issues to the best of their ability. And then 3 years later, the lady writes a paper saying, oh, you're just sticking black things in and it's fake and you're tokenizing it and you're fetishizing it. And it's like, so you can't do it right. That is cult indoctrination stuff. So it's like you and I could be, you know, talking about something like this and you could say something like, don't you think it's a little bit racist? And then the next step is like, what are you going to say? You're going to say yes or no. If you say yes, now you've owned it, right? So now you're like racist. And so I'm like, well, do you interrogate your racism? Like, do you spend time working on that? And so you see, so you're dragging people into it.
Yeah.
And if you say no, I can say, well, one of the symptoms of participation in systemic racism is an inability to see it if you're white, and it's invisible to you, and so maybe you need to look harder. And it seems like you're getting a little defensive.
Ooh,
you know, and
you start panicking.
And then you start panicking, and when you start to panic, when you start to stress out, they're like, literally, this lady emailed me the other day, this Indian woman.
Greetings.
I get an insane number of emails about people.
From India?
No, from Canada.
Oh.
But an insane number of emails from people who are in different like levels of stress with different things that are happening in their lives around this woke explosion that's happened, you know, in the last month or so. So this lady's like, I had to go through a brown fragility training at work.
What?
Yeah, brown fragility is a thing.
So it's
now
not
too.
even black? Now they're working their way down to brown people?
Yeah, brown people have fragility,
God,
white
those
people
poor
have fragility.
people. So people who racially were sort of like Switzerland, like Indians, like in India, like no one ever thought they were racist.
Right.
You would never hear about racist Indians.
Right.
Maybe Russell Peters would joke around about it. Right. You know Russell, the comedian?
Yeah. Now you hear about it, and what they're doing is that what happened was they explained to the ladies, or not the lady, the whole group. It was done in a room, you know, in front of a bunch of people, and they explained brown people in general, like it's some kind of block of brownness or whatever. Brown people have anti-black racism too, and that upholds white supremacy.
Oh my God.
And then they start just doing this, and it's almost like cold reading, right?
Yeah.
You know, like that Edwards guy, whatever that guy's name was, that had that show. And so it's like they cold read, and they wait for somebody to start looking like they're getting the sweat or something happening, and then they say, now what we need to do, now that we've introduced this idea of your brown fragilities, your anti-blackness, is we need to interrogate the feelings that came up. And so then they go one by one through the room and made every single one of them confess their feelings. Like, who's not going to participate? And here's that double bind, because it gets to you, right? And so what do you say? You say, well, I don't really know what you're talking about. Well, they're going to say, you're ignoring it.
Yeah,
exactly. And then if you confess to it, then you're falling in. So this is straight up cult indoctrination stuff.
It really is like those people in Game of Thrones. You remember those people that almost like took over the crown?
Yeah.
Like, and kidnapped Cersei? It is.
Yeah.
It's like that sort of pattern, for whatever reason, just seems to reoccur with humans.
You know, and I think it comes down to our natural religious impulses.
Yeah.
That I think, I mean, you know pretty well from my background, you know, I don't believe in God. I'm an atheist.
How dare you?
Oh, well, you know, we get along. And so it's like, I still do think that we have certain impulses underneath that lead people to build religious structures around themselves and have religious, you know, thoughts and feelings and want to have spiritual development and all of this. And so religions can kind of do one of two things. You know, I used to be kind of hard-ass about religion and like tough, like, you know, angry atheist kind of picture, but thought about it more, and which you're not allowed to think about things and change your mind now, but I did. And what I realized is that some religions look up. They're like looking at God and they're afraid of sin, but they're paying attention to God. They're thinking about renewal. They're thinking about redemption. They're thinking about forgiveness. And then some religions look down, and all they do is look at the sin, and they focus on the sin, and that's where the witch hunts came from. That was when the Calvinists got, like, you know, fire and brimstone, Jonathan Edwards screaming, you know, sinners in the hands of an angry God. You're hanging on a spider's thread above the fires of hell and God should knock you into it because everybody's full of sin. Next thing you know, they're killing witches. So it's like you start focus. If you look up, then religion can be great. It can actually lead people if they spiritual development, community, so on. But if you're looking down, you're going to start obsessing about everybody. If you're obsessing about sin, you're going to start obsessing about everybody else's sin too.
Yeah.
Because you're going to want to there's this feeling with, again, reading Robin DiAngelo's White Fragility, there's this feeling like that she doesn't want to feel alone. Like she has these struggles and she doesn't want to be alone.
So she's a white lady?
Oh yeah, Robin DiAngelo's a white lady who goes in and for like $12,000 a pop does these corporate seminars.
What?
And, yeah, 12 grand for 2 hours and teaches. She goes in and tells white people that they're racist, and then interrogates their feelings when they get defensive about it.
Oh my goodness!
It's like the biggest corporate training hustle ever. And her idea of white fragility, you can't disagree with it. There's no way to disagree. I've absolutely rammed it on some people on Twitter for these wokies that come and try to trash me, and I just say, that looks a little bit like white fragility, and I give some reason that's kind of out of the literature, and then they are like, I can't have white fragility, I'm whatever, and it's like, oh, that's definitely, you're getting defensive. Defensiveness is one of the symptoms of white fragility. You just want to deny your complicity in the system of racism that you benefit from, and it's just like, you can't get away from it because
right, that kind of language, like what you just said, is that's like checkmate.
It's like the kind of stuff so the other day, right? Stephen King got dragged into this with the whole trans thing.
Yeah, how did he get dragged into that? What happened?
Well, so he's long time been a supporter of J.K. Rowling. And
Yes.
J.K. Rowling has decided that she's had enough of this, trans rights thing going after the women's issues.
Mm-hmm.
And so at first Stephen King stood up for her, and she put out a tweet saying, you're such a good friend, blah, blah, blah. And then somebody came after him, and he's like, trans women are women. And it's like, he just caved. Just immediately caved. And it's like, all woke and no play makes Steve a dull boy, It's, So he caves, and then you get this sense that it's like something out of one of the novels he would have wrote.
Yeah.
Right? All of a sudden, it's like Needful Things. It's like the whole town's going crazy because of demon possession, and you have to get the stuff. I don't know.
Trans women are trans women.
That's what
they are.
I don't see that as being difficult. As a matter of fact,
that's difficult, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And
that's what I
feel
say.
Like they're equal to all of us, and we're fine. And
what's the problem?
I got dragged into that, if you know, because of a mixed martial arts fighter.
Oh,
there was a woman,
Fallon Fox.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I was like, "This is my hill. I will die on this hill."
Oh yeah, I mean,
you're crazy.
Brutal.
Yeah, watching the fights were brutal, and not skill-wise either. It was just raw strength.
It was a beatdown.
And if you had someone who was taking steroids for 30 years and then they got off steroids for 2, you would absolutely think that person had a massive advantage for being on steroids all those years.
That's right.
If they were a woman.
That's right.
Particularly, a man, yes, as well, but particularly if you're a woman and you're on steroids for 30 years and you get off them. That's what being a man is. It's not just being on steroids for 30 years and then transitioning to no steroids. It's also having the physical structure of a man. The differences in the hips, the shoulders, the size of the hands. There's a lot going on there.
There's a lot going on
and
there.
This is an area of my own. I have very few areas of expertise, but beating the fuck out of people is one of my areas of expertise. I'm a professional commentator on this. So when I see that, I used to teach martial arts for a living. I understand it. I understand fighting more than I probably understand most things. You're crazy if you think there's not a difference between female and male bodies.
The data are unequivocal about that.
Yeah, but it was one of those things where I was like, okay, this is one of the rare places where I really, if I go down on this one, this is not I can't see trans women just dominating in women's MMA. It's crazy.
No, I hear you.
I do not mind that they choose to fight trans women if they know in advance.
Sure.
The Fallon Fox issue was she had fought twice as a woman without letting anyone know that she used to be a man for 30 years. And I was like, you're crazy. You can't just do that. If someone wants to fight a trans woman and they're cool with it, there's a woman who fought in the UFC. Her name is Ashley Evans Smith, and she wound up actually beating Fallon Fox.
Yeah.
And made her way to the UFC. But she's just far more skillful.
Very skillful, yeah.
Yeah, but that's all that was.
Right.
She's a real UFC caliber fighter. That's why she was able, like if I had to choose between Fallon Fox fought Amanda Nunes, who's the greatest woman of all time. Amanda Nunes, killer.
Sure, yeah.
Killer. But,
absolutely.
But it doesn't mean that she's a woman. You know, just because Amanda Nunes would probably fuck me up, doesn't mean that that I'm a woman. You know, if this Fallon Fox guy gets beat up by Amanda Nunes, I really didn't mean to misgender her there, but if she gets beat up by Amanda Nunes, it doesn't invalidate her as a trans woman. It doesn't just, it says you're not biologically a woman.
Right.
And this is what sports are about. It's about this. I had a conversation with a guy on this podcast about that. And he was like, I don't think that there's that big a difference in biological sex. I said, okay, so you cool with men competing in women's sports as men?
Yeah, what do you say?
He didn't know where to go with it.
I mean, that's the thing, right? So, like, if we look at psychological profiles, for example, sometimes there are, the data are always hard to parse with things like this, but there are very slight differences in the two, the male distribution and the female distribution of all the people. What does it look like? They overlap really close. And there's little variations. When you look at upper body strength and you look at grip strength, they almost don't overlap. Like there are the very top strongest women just barely cross over the weakest men in terms of grip strength and raw upper body strength.
Yeah.
That's why women, it's such a big deal when a woman gets to where she can do like 10 pull-ups or something. It's like everybody should throw a party for that. It's nothing wrong with them. It's nothing to do with their effort or ability or anything. It's literally it's a harder climb to get there.
Except those CrossFit ladies. Jesus Christ, I was watching this documentary on these CrossFit ladies. This one lady her abs were like if someone took turtle shells and just shoved them under her skin. They were so thick. Everything about her was so thick.
You gotta think, like, what is CrossFit, right? CrossFit was like competitive exercise. I mean, that's like the whole point of it is like, how do we turn exercise itself into a sport?
Some of those gals are pretty young.
They are. They're super strong. Yeah. I'm friends with actually some rather top athletes, men and women both, that have been pretty significant in CrossFit and in other things. And you can get really strong. But again,
you can't get as strong as a man.
No.
That's why there's men and women's divisions even in CrossFit. Even those beastly CrossFit women who are monsters, they can't compete with the male CrossFit athletes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is you're always, when you're looking at competitive people, you're always in that like tail end of good at this.
Yeah.
Like the people who are already really developed, really good at it. And as far as like trans women, I feel like we should be using language in a way that increases clarity rather than decreases clarity.
Yes.
So, like you said, it's exactly like you said. There's literally nothing wrong in the world with being a trans woman. Nothing. If you want to be the trans woman, I'm happy for you. I'll respect your pronouns, the whole thing. I'm with you.
As long as you don't make them up.
Well, yeah.
I'm not
there's a
saying
degree. There is a thing where you're forcing somebody to try to do something.
I'll say
unnatural.
she. I'll say her. I'll say
I'm with you.
Female,
right?
male, but you can't make up new ones. Well, the world's confusing enough as it is.
And so we should be trying to strive for more clarity, not less.
Yes.
So a trans woman is a trans woman, and that allows for us to acknowledge what's actually going on in all regards.
Yeah.
As opposed to saying trans women are women. Woman is a broader category, and it therefore confuses the situation. And I think that there's almost like a lot of manufactured drama, not just in that issue, but in all of this, where these definitions are getting blurred out. So, that's what I do all the time now. The last year is like all I've been doing is researching how they misuse words and writing in, not trans people specifically, but this whole woke ideology or the social justice scholarship. And I've been writing an encyclopedia on my website about that. And it's just like, I've been writing my own encyclopedia, and it's a monumental task, but it actually is really helping. People are emailing me every day and say, I can't make sense of this until I read your stuff.
Oh, wow.
And so it's like I called it translations from the wokish, like going off of Tolkien, where he's got Elvish, yeah. And so I called it translations from the wokish. It's on my website, New Discourses, and it's got like 100 and something done now, 100 and something terms. So it's like, they say the word folks. Why do they say folks?
Why do they say folks? I say folks all the time.
Well, I do too. I'm from the South, particularly. I have to, right? I can't get away from
I just like the way it sounds.
Well, it's good.
But these folks are crazy.
Well, yeah.
I like saying that.
But they say white folks, black folks, queer folks, lesbian folks, and it's like there's this identity folks, right? And so the purpose of the encyclopedia was to dig into this terminology and make it clear. Again, more clarity, not less, so that people can understand where it's coming from. So the reason they say folks is the same reason the Germans said folks in the 1930s. as it turns out. It's an idea of a group culture. Okay, so it's the idea of moving a culture into, it's identifying a group of people and saying that they are a folk, that they have a culture. And of course, we're most familiar with that, as they say in the original German, because somebody picked it up and yelled it a lot.
There's also this issue that if a culture has been maligned, right, if they are marginalized, like trans people, then people who are not trans people are automatically thought of as in some way negative or bigoted, or if you're a straight white male, for instance, like you're all automatically a piece of shit.
That's right. That's
part
what
of
this is doing. Yeah.
The woke Olympics.
And I don't think, like we said earlier, like a lot of the guys taking notes at church, they know that.
Yeah.
But everybody below that doesn't really get it. They think this is just about helping people and being fair.
That's what we would like.
Right. And this actually comes from a place like that's kind of what this book is about. Is that I've traced that for it goes back to actually I don't want to mislead people and say, oh, this is Marxism. You have to whisper Marxism. But it is Marx who took the idea, and he cooked up this idea called conflict theory. He actually took it from other German philosophers and made this. You can't even say what he changed. He changed Hegel's idea of what's called, you can't even say this anymore, the master-slave dialectic, because those master and slave have traces. Even though that's what it was called, you can't talk about it. So Marx took the idea of the master-slave dialectic, which was that Hegel wrote that people have power, and then there are people who don't have power. The person that's being oppressed by the power understands the oppression, whereas the person who's doing the oppression can't. Right? Simple enough. Marx cooked this up into this idea called conflict theory that says, different groups in society, and he mostly meant rich people versus poor people, are completely separate from one another, and there's no idea that they help each other. Like that the rich building like Amazon.com and making a super successful business that makes it easier to move products and to generates more income for the site. There's no positive sum story according to Marx. It's all conflict. And so what Marx's idea is that the oppressor class is always the enemy of the underclass. And this has actually traced down through history. It was economics then, and then this philosophical school started in Germany at first, moved to Columbia University during the World War II. It's called the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory, and they moved it into ideology and culture. And so the dominant culture, whoever has the most status and power, the elites, which at the time was genuinely like white, straight men for the most part. Those people basically brainwash the underclass into not realizing that they should rise up against. So you have this whole dynamic of conflict where the oppressor class doesn't realize what it's like to be oppressed. The oppressed class constantly can't get away from it. That's where you see this phrase now, people are being killed in the street every day, which isn't even true, but it doesn't matter because it's a matter of feeling. And then the underclass always has to be at war to try to overturn the power above them, which is called hegemony, which comes from this guy, Antonio Gramsci, who is an Italian philosopher who came up with this idea of long march through the institutions, which I think we're now seeing for sure happening, like take over the institutions from within with this stuff. So this stuff all has we don't have to be dorks, but I can do that on my own. But this is a very long history. This isn't it didn't just pop up in 2014 when Michael Brown got shot.
Do you think when things happen like the George Floyd murder, that it just it opens up a door and this stuff comes through, and then the vibration changes, like it moves to a higher frequency because it's more common?
That's right. And there's a lot going on here too, right? So the George Floyd case is actually fairly straightforward because 8 minutes and 46 seconds is fucked up. There's nothing else to say about it.
Dude, 20 seconds is fucked up.
I know.
Especially if you've got the guy
three
down
guys,
already.
and how hard is it to put cuffs on the guy?
George Floyd was a big fella. He was a big, strong fella, but there's no reason not just put a knee on the man's back.
Exactly. And then how long do cuffs take?
Once the guy's cuffed, you get him in the fucking car.
Yeah, let him do what he's going to do in the back of the car.
I guess they had some sort of animosity, personal animosity.
That's what I've heard, yeah.
Which, I would wonder if that would move it to first-degree murder.
I have no idea. But what we have now is this culture where video goes viral, right? And this is a striking thing. So it's really more prominent I mean, it's pretty clear. You could see the video with George Floyd, but if you back up to Michael Brown, it's more complicated in Ferguson. Because, you know, the short video that went viral in the first place was, you know, not very many seconds clip of this unarmed black guy getting shot by a cop. But it doesn't tell the preceding story, which has now come to light, that involved, you know, him trying to take the cop's gun and like wrestling with him and charging at him. So a more complicated story.
Is that true though? Do we know that for a fact?
I'm not.
I'm
an
scared of
expert in
that
this.
narrative because, you know, I don't. But I'd heard that narrative, but I'm like, I would hate to get behind that.
Sure. And that's actually
it.
my point. So I was sent a video. I'm going to skip tracks to a different video because I want to make a point that we live in a mediated world now, right? A mediated epistemology is what I would call it. The media itself, social media, so all of us participating are able to spin narratives around like a 30-second video. So the other day, this guy sends me a video on Twitter, and I watch it, and it's some black guy with a microphone and, you know, like in a radio studio, and he's like going, and he's like, you know, these white people ain't gonna take it no more. They ain't gonna take it. He's like yelling. He's like, oh, they're gonna rise up, you know, and it's obvious what you're watching. You're like, man, this guy's like, these riots are out of control. And so I wanted to share it, but it was sent to me on Twitter, and I couldn't figure out how, so I looked it up on YouTube. And so I had like a 40-second clip sent to me, and I'm like, you know, about these riots. And I wanted to show it to somebody, and so I go and I find it on YouTube, and I watch it, and it's the same thing, 40 seconds, and it ends. But the video that I watched is several minutes. And then the next thing the guy says is, this president is divisive. This president is the problem. It's so divisive. He's causing all this division. And it's like, holy shit, he's actually talking about Trump. And then I kept watching, and he's like, President Obama has got to go at the end. And so it depends on which part of that clip you see. The story changes completely. I watched the 40 seconds, and I was like, holy shit, this is the riots. And then, oh my God, it's about Trump. And then boom, now it's this dude railing about Obama several years ago. And the video was sent to me because it was going crazy with the implication that it was about the riots. But it was about Obama.
That's crazy.
So this is like the deal, right? What we're seeing isn't always the whole story.
Right, and we live in this clip culture now, which is a real problem.
Right, and we piece together the story we believe based on, you know, our prior assumptions about it.
Like the Covington case.
Exactly.
Where that kid was just standing there, and the Native American guy came up to him with the drum.
That's right.
And he was smiling in the Native American's face, and they got a photo of it, and it really looks like this kid's a prick, and that he's taunting these Native Americans who are just peacefully banging on their drums.
That's exactly right. So we live in this situation now where I don't want to say the media like it's this entity, because actually, in a sense, we are all participating. These clips, you know, that people are loading up on Twitter, that whole context isn't there. And you said, you know, does it just jack everything up to a higher frequency? And absolutely it does, because everybody can take that clip and then just upload their story of what they want to have to be true into that clip. And it becomes like, it's like, we're already talking about religion. It's like a miracle. Like, you know, back in 2,000, 3,000 years ago, you know, something weird happened, and then, you know, one person tells another, and another, and then it's like, and I swear, you know, an angel came down from the sky and touched him, and he was healed, and he could walk again. You know, so it's like a miracle story, but mediated through partially informative video. It's almost like, you know, everybody's scared that deep fake is coming. They can basically put your face on whatever porn star or saying some horrible thing that you never said or whatever.
Yeah, that's definitely coming, right?
It is the precursor to that, because you can cut that clip just right, and then all of a sudden it means one thing. If you cut it just another way, it means something exactly the opposite or totally different. And different groups that want to push a narrative, which is like everybody, latches onto it and runs with it. And this, of course, causes crazy polarization.
Yeah.
Right? So that same clip I saw, I don't know that it would be a good example, but, you know, you could take it as the riots, and, you know, that black guy's sick of the riots. And so the right wing's all over it. Like, look at this guy, you know. And then, boom, this president's so divisive, and now it's the left's story, and you cut it right there, and the next thing you know, President Obama, you know. And all of a sudden, it switches sides again.
And it's also history. Yeah.
And then even the thing I watched that was longer was 4.5 minutes, and then the whole thing is like an hour. So what was really the guy's whole point? And so we're getting away from being able to understand, because, you know, our attention spans are so short. You live in Twitter, it's like you have the attention span of like a goldfish, man. You can't pay attention to anything. We're marinating in dopamine all the time. brain doesn't work right. So you don't have time to like parse anything together. You see this thing, you're pissed off, you're retweet, snarky comment.
Don't you think that also just the format of Twitter itself is just, I think it's detrimental to people's mental health.
Big time.
Communicating through these small little sentences
That's right.
and little paragraphs of 280 words.
That's right. Characters, yeah. So it's like 30 words.
Yeah.
And so I actually called Twitter a deconstruction machine, which is straight out of this, again, the same critical postmodern philosophy stuff that I kind of keep circling around. Deconstruction is the idea that, it's the same thing as the mediated idea, is that we're going to take a thing apart, make it look absurd, or we're going to show it in a particular light, and then pull it apart until you don't really trust its validity anymore. And that's specifically its purpose, is to make it so that you don't trust the validity of the thing anymore. And so anything you put on Twitter, once you get an account of a certain size at least, anything. Like I have an account that's big enough now, so I experience this regularly. It's a 100% chance that some jackass is going to say something that just messes with your head. Right? Or somebody's going to take it out of context, or they're going to tell you what they thought you mean, and now that's the thing you mean, or they're going to screenshot it and it's going to go around, and they're going to you're famous enough where it's obviously happens to you all the time, I'm sure. It's like they take something that you say either on a podcast or you put on Twitter or your shows or whatever, and they clip it up, and then there's like, who Joe Rogan is, but then there's like this new Joe Rogan that they created that's out in the universe, right? So they take you apart, they deconstruct you, the real Joe Rogan, and your real intentions and your real meaning, and then they put it out into the world, and then there's this new Joe Rogan that does horrible thing, or this new Joe Rogan maybe that's a saint.
Well, I always tell people too, like, if you have an issue with some of the things that I say, guess what? I have an issue with some of the things I say.
Me too.
And if you were here with me when I say things and you disagreed, I'd listen to your point. I'm not an idealist or an ideologue when it comes to ideas.
And
when it
that's
comes to concepts, I'm not married to anything that I say.
Right. So we need to be able to talk about it, right? So you say a thing, and then I'm like...
But I think part of the problem is they can't talk about it.
No, they can't.
So they have to tweet about it. So because they're not in the room and they don't have your attention.
Right.
So then they get angry. And that's part of the problem with podcasts as well, is like, right now, you and I are having a conversation. But millions of people are listening to this conversation. And there's a lot of them that wish they could chime in. And they don't get to.
That's
so
right.
what they do is they get angry and they put some stuff on Twitter. I understand the motivation. I understand the thought process behind it. I really do. But I personally can't engage because it's just too unhealthy.
Right, exactly. So yeah, I think social media is, Twitter in particular, among social media. I don't know. I don't interact on Facebook anymore, so I don't really.
I don't use Facebook at all.
Oh, it's a mess.
It just posts from my Instagram to Facebook, but I don't look at it at all.
Yeah.
It's just too weird.
It's weird.
Plus, Zuckerberg gives me creeps.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't like the way he drinks water.
I haven't even seen it. All I know is that when Zuckerberg sits down and he opens his laptop, he sees he's got his little camera covered up, and I'm like, "What's up with this?" He knows something.
Yeah, he knows he's got a fucking strap on and a dress and all kinds of weird shit.
So yeah, I don't do that. But Twitter chews your mind up, man. It's made to be bad. It's really a bad place, and I really feel bad because I feel like I've kind of like uploaded myself into the matrix of Twitter.
You're on it every day, though. I go to your page to see who you're arguing with.
Sometimes it's funny. Sometimes it's bad.
Do you get uncomfortable with it? Like, is it one of those things where...
I did in the past.
So you're getting better at being hard?
Yeah, I mean, you have to. You have to harden up. You have to realize that it actually doesn't matter. It's kind of like... I made the analogy, actually, a while back, that it's like doing... I mean, I've never done a stage show, so don't... I've given talks, but I haven't done, like, a stage show. But you get a heckler in the audience, but really you have, like, 70,000 of them. And when you're doing the show, as a comedian, you either interact with the heckler a little bit, or you try to flip it on them or whatever, or you try to ignore it as long as it's like not too obtrusive. And you kind of have to have that same mindset. You have to think of Twitter as being on stage,
right?
And that the audience, though, like when you do a real show, the audience isn't supposed to yell at you all the time.
Right.
But on Twitter, everything you say, they're going to yell at you. So you have to just like tune it out. I've actually found in the past I've been trying to figure it out over the last couple of years. I found that if I look at my feed, that I follow these people and I look at what they tweet, whatever, And if I look at my direct messages that people send me, whatever. But if I look at people replying to me and whether I got likes or retweets, if I pay any attention to that, it drives me nuts. So when I stop paying attention to that, like I only look at it at a like, you know, all right, I got half an hour, I'm going to dick around with it and just have a good time or whatever. Fine, because it's in a controlled dose. But if you get hooked into that, man, you get pulled into this cycle, and it's like, it's bad.
Well, there's a lot of people that are doing it too. Like I know people that are mentally unwell that are on Twitter 12 hours a day. And they're just constantly arguing with people. And I can just imagine them nervous and sweating and freaking out and reading the @replies and seeing if it's going their way or not. Or people are piling onto them and then they freak out.
You know, I think this is actually a big part of how the woke thing mainstreamed was the internet at first. You got to think. When the internet first came out, you know, the kids aren't old enough to even know this, but, you know, we know this. When the internet first came out, who was on the internet all the time? Who were the first two online people?
Shut-ins.
Yeah. People who were socially awkward, who, if they went out with their friends, it didn't really work out great a lot of times. They said awkward stuff. It got shut down. It wasn't fun for them. So it gave them a social outlet where they could fit in. And I think that this actually has contributed. Like internet, social media culture is so strongly built by people, A, who are that way now, and B, by people who were that way when these things were getting set up, that it's all kind of built around, you know, maybe people with personality disorders, people who are just socially awkward, people who don't want to interact with human beings in the normal way.
But just the whole structure of it, though, even if you're a normally, like a personable human, when you're typing things out and just sending it out there, and, you know, you got an egg for an avatar, and if someone reads it, you're completely anonymous, and it's just a bizarre way to interact with people.
It's so weird. It's unnatural. And, like, how quick you'll just get rid of people. Like that guy said, that guy and I have been interacting for like 2 years, you know, here and there. I don't really know him. He's some dude. And then he made one comment, and I'm like, gone. You know, that's it. To cut out of my life. Think of like that's going to translate. You know, you get in that habit where somebody pisses you off and you just cut them out of your life. Because on Twitter, that's what you would do.
Yeah, you
block
block
on Facebook, you unfriend somebody or whatever.
Yeah.
And like, I actually have felt that impulse in real life. Like, you know, I'm hanging out with somebody and he says some dickheaded comment, and I'm just like, yeah, where's my block button? How do I remove this person from my life, like, right now?
There's no room for nuance, and there's no room for, like you said earlier, for growth, for someone to learn, live and learn, and get better at it.
And that's what galls me about this woke stuff, because they're like, this is about healing. And it's like, it's not. It's like the least healing thing I've ever heard. It's like make everybody walk on eggshells, think they're going to get canceled, get, you know, hot takes dropped on it. That's another thing with social media too, right? It's hot takes. What's going to go viral is like that dude totally dunking on that other dude, right?
Right. Yeah.
And it's not the nuanced analysis. It's not the guy who knows what he's talking about or is thoughtful. He's just getting tore up in his mentions and freaking out and sweating about it.
Yeah, it's fast food information.
But hot takes are critical theory. Hot takes are critical theory. As a comic, you'll get it, because like there are different kinds of comedy, right? There's like narrative comedy, and you're telling a story, and it's a funny story, and it works. But then you have the kind of, and you can do this good and bad, right? There's a good way and a bad way. But you can get on stage and you can be that guy who just kind of like you're trying to blow people's mind, but you're just kind of like criticizing something. I don't want to put down Jerry Seinfeld because I think he's brilliant. He's one of my favorites of all time. But, you know, what's the deal with, you know, something? He just says something kind of stupid afterwards. Or, you know, Gallagher was big with that, with like the stupid words. You know, it's like, how, now, bo. You know, English is stupid. You know, that's actually critical theory. You don't actually have to know what made the thing work, but you can just tell this kind of like dunking joke on it that kind of gets yucks or whatever. And then in comedy, fine. You know, we know a good comic from a bad comic. We laugh. That's the point, is to make something funny, and everybody bombs. But when you start doing that with like people's lives and social philosophy and calling them things like racist and sexist that can ruin their lives, and it's a totally different ball game, right? So it's like looking for that place to just be critical becomes a problem.
Don't you think it's also just because it can be done? Like if you gave people a keyboard, and if you told them, look, every time you press that Q button, a rocket's going to fly out of the sky and slam into a part of the planet.
Yeah.
People would hit that button, man.
Oh, man, there would be people like,
if they just knew, and they don't even have to be there when it hits.
Yeah.
Because you're essentially like, If you say something mean to someone online and it really gets them, you know, especially if you're anonymous, you're sending an emotional bomb their way.
Exactly. And I mean, I know a lot of 15-year-old guys because I hung out with several of them, and at times I probably was one who basically have like two little like xylophone hammers just like on that key the whole time.
Oh my God,
it's like
that was horrible when I was 15.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would do, and that's one of the things that I try to tell people when they're interacting with folks on Twitter and getting heated. I'm like, that could be a 15-year-old kid laughing his ass off that he got you to respond to him.
Yeah, and the bigger you are, the funnier it is.
Yes. Yeah.
And like, yeah, it's just absolutely not a good place. It's such not a good place.
But there's some good to it, right? There's
Of course.
First of all, if you follow a lot of people, you can get a lot of interesting information, fast-breaking news.
I swear it knows the news before it happens.
Well, I got all my news about Chaz. Is it Chaz or is it Chop now?
Well, it's over now is what it is.
Is it really
I just
over?
saw that this morning. Yeah, apparently the cops went in and it took an hour and it was over.
And they cleaned it up?
Well, they're cleaning it up. I mean, it's a wreck, but it was Chaz and it became Chop. So Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone is Chaz, and then Chop. I think they derived directly from the French Revolution. Like they're gonna get guillotines. Like these badasses are gonna get guillotines.
Well, they put a guillotine outside of Jeff Bezos' house.
I saw that.
What did he do?
I don't know.
Other than make a lot of money.
Probably. Yeah.
Is that it?
He
That's
put
all it took?
Yeah, I mean,
he's not a bad guy, is he?
I don't know.
I mean, he's not known as a bad guy. It's not like he's not doing terrible things, is he?
I don't think he is.
Maybe he's not paying people enough or something?
I
Is
mean,
that
when
the
the
idea?
COVID hit, he gave everybody a $2 an hour raise, like across the board, like right away.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, why do they have a guillotine outside his house? Just because he represents capitalism?
Yeah,
right?
probably.
Yeah.
They don't like capitalism. Which sucks. Again, that's that critical thing. Like, there's a difference between building a thing and tearing a thing down. It's easy to tear. I read a poem about this. Maybe like a lot of people did. I think when we were in school. I don't know. Maybe even you read it. I can't quote it. There's this poem talking about the builder or something, and it's like, maybe it's the demo guy, but it's like this poem about how easy it is to just knock the bricks down, knock the building down, and it's like, this took builders like 6 months to build, and it took me a day to knock it down or whatever. It's easy to tear things down, and it's easy to do like this kind of hot take complaining thing, to tear people down or tear ideas down, but it's hard to understand a thing, and it's hard to build a thing.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's kind of how we ended up here in the long run. Again, I go back to that Frankfurt School. We can root this in deep philosophy and history. They came up with this idea, critical theory, that we've talked about now, and they had this other idea, traditional theory, and they said you're supposed to use them together. Critical theory was how you complain that things aren't Marxist enough, more or less. And then people will bomb me for saying that, but it is actually generally true. Traditional theory was understanding things. It's philosophy, it's science, it's figuring out how to make airplanes work and figure out how to get the air traffic control so they don't crash into each other, the whole complicated mess. And one of these things, you're supposed to use them together, but one of these things is a lot easier, right? So what happens when you start kind of getting a lot of half-assed PhDs in the academic world who need something to do? You think they're going to do the hard thing versus the easy thing? Everybody who did, I majored in math. I'm going to be my little elitist, dorky thing here. Everybody who majored in something hard watched people bounce off of their hard major into the easier majors, and so they could still just get a degree. So you start, like, they call this overproduction, cultural overproduction or cultural elite overproduction. You start putting too many people into degree programs that they're not, they're not going to graduate with an engineering degree. It's freaking hard. And so what they end up doing is they get these degrees in things that are easy. Well, complaining is easy, tearing down is easy, building up is hard. So there's this bias that's happened over the last 100 years in academia toward this easier thing, criticism, and away from the harder thing, which is understanding and developing, fundamental research and so on. And it's basically taken over academia now. And that's how I think that's actually a lot of how we got here. Is it the easy thing is the easy thing, and complaining is cheap.
Is there pushback against that idea? Like, is there any
which part?
About whether or not these people initially started in difficult studies and then moved their way into like these
so it's
soft social.
It's sort of really, that just happens. I mean, my best friend in college was, he was going to be a mechanical engineer, and then calculus just took care of that. He was not going to be a mechanical engineer anymore because he couldn't pass calculus. So but he did graduate college with another degree. So there is this kind of chopping down to easier degrees.
Right.
But as far as like this anti-intellectualism trend that I was describing, this actually it was recognized along the way. So there's this, one of the guys in the Frankfurt School's name was Herbert Marcuse. This is the guy who laid out the idea of repressive tolerance, that you have to violently fight against ideas that might cause intolerance to rise up. He did that in 1965. What happened in 1967 and 1968? Riots, following his ideas exactly. And so Marcuse was on TV in like 77, right before he died. He died, I think, in the early 80s or late 70s. And he complained about his own movement that he started that had got completely anti-intellectual. They weren't doing the hard work. They weren't doing the right stuff. They were just doing the easy stuff. And he actually complained on TV that this had happened. that there'd been a sliding away from the serious work and toward the easier complaining stuff. And so, yeah, I think that it's historically justifiable that that's exactly what happened. And of course, you know, I was here before, and we talked about those fake papers that Peter and Helen
Let's
and I
tell
wrote.
everybody what those are, just because it's an amazing source of enjoyment and entertainment for folks that are looking for something to read.
Right. So we don't lose the point real quick. We did in less than like 10 months the almost equivalent of a whole academic career in this stuff, and we're amateurs.
And
so
you did
it's
it
easy.
as a joke,
As
and
a
it
joke.
got passed off as real, and then actually applauded.
That's right. So we wrote 20 fake academic papers in these exact fields: critical race theory,
So we should
gender
tell
studies.
Peter Boghossian did it with you,
Yeah.
and
Helen Pluckrose.
is Pluckrose.
Yeah, Pluckrose.
Pluckrose.
Yeah,
Yes,
most English,
that
the
word.
second most English name
And she
ever.
wrote
yeah.
Cynical Theories with you.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's a very English name.
It is a very English name. So we wrote these papers to try to show that this scholarship is bogus.
Right.
And so we spent just under a year writing crazy stuff.
Please tell people the dog park one.
You love them. So
My
the
favorite.
dog park paper was actually, I think, kind of the masterpiece of the thing. So we wrote this paper where we claimed that we were a feminist researcher who spent 1,000 hours in Portland, Oregon dog parks over the course of 1 year, never in the heavy rain. We put that in the paper, never in the heavy rain, like that's some relevant detail or something. So 1,000 hours over a year is already ridiculous. That's like 6 hours a day, every day.
That's so much time.
I know. And what we said she did was she watched dog humping incidents and tried to determine when they counted as dog rapes and when they didn't. And
But the name of the paper, though.
oh, it was what was it? Queer performativity and well, how's it go? Because they had all the buzzwords, right?
Yeah, heteronormative was in there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Queer performativity in urban dog parks in Portland, Oregon. Rape culture and queer performativity. That's what it was.
That's
Rape
what it
culture.
was.
Yeah. So we had we said that she watched these dog fights and dog rapes and all this stuff, and we put this crazy stuff in there, like sometimes they try to break up a dog fight by doing jumping jacks by the dog or singing songs, and just ridiculous. And the dogs were pooping on each other. We put that in the paper, and then we said when there was a dog humping, that she would go up and she would inspect the dog's genitals, and she inspected 10,000 dogs' genitals, and then interrogated the owners about their sexual orientations. And what she wanted to find out was if straight men would discourage gay dog humping versus straight dog humping, and it was different for women and gay men. And then we said we're going to pass that data through black feminist criminology, which makes no sense. And then we said that the conclusion was that dog parks are petri dishes of canine rape culture, and that they are rape condoning spaces just like human nightclubs. So human nightclubs are automatically now rape condoning spaces. And so the conclusion was that we now have to train men the way that we train dogs, with like leashes and shock collars and things, in order to get rape culture to go away. And they give this an award. And so it's like this, the bullshit level is just insane.
What was the award?
So they had a thing. It was their anniversary. The journal is the #1 feminist geography journal in the world. And it was their 25th anniversary
What's
edition.
the name of the journal?
Gender, Place, and Culture. And it's the leading feminist geography journal in the world. And they had their 25th year, so they're on their 25th anniversary. And so what they wanted to do was highlight one paper per issue the entire year as being exemplary scholarship in feminist geography. And ours was chosen. I can tell you, man, it was the craziest thing ever. I remember, I'm almost positive it was May 7th, 2018. I got the email. And it's like, I can remember. It's just like, go in the house. I was out doing like yard work or something, and I come in and I check my email. And I just remember like gaping at the screen. I'm like, this can't be happening. Because I just saw the editor, and I'm like, oh no, they figured it out, right? And we're going to give it an award. And so I grabbed, because we're making a documentary about it, right? So we got a filmmaker, Mike Nana. He's the one that did that 3-part documentary of Evergreen that showed everybody how. I mean, that's where everybody's Evergreen now. And so Mike, it was like, anything that happens, film it. So I grabbed my GoPro, and I have this footage, and it's like sideways because I didn't even like think about it. And I'm just like running outside trying to find my wife. I'm like, you aren't going to believe this. You aren't going to believe this. Oh my gosh, you know. is a really freaking crazy, you know, like it's almost like the world slid off of its foundation a little bit when they gave that paper an award for me. It was just so weird.
Well, you nailed it. I mean,
We
you
did.
really nailed it. You came so close to reality, but yet still lived in the world of parody.
That's right.
But you said all the things that you need. It just shows that there's such a high tolerance for bullshit.
That's right.
In those air quotes disciplines.
Right, and those air quotes disciplines are now being like mainlined into like every university, every school, every corporate boardroom.
How did that happen?
I mean, we were talking about, you know, the raising the frequency thing when these events happen, but mostly it's they took over our colleges of education about 1980, and so they've been slowly turning teachers to the project. And then in 2002 and 3, there were a couple Supreme Court cases that were talking about affirmative action, and they said that if you want to do affirmative action, you can do it if it increases diversity and equity and inclusion. So they started to build these offices in the university, and those university offices started to like dictate what you could and couldn't say. You could get in trouble or brought up to hearings. Even if the hearing finds you innocent, you still had to waste your time going through this humiliating hearing. And they're bringing up stuff and all your, you know, how do you imagine you're like in a department, right? And you get hauled before the diversity office. What are all your colleagues thinking about you now? Like, what did he do? Right.
Of course.
So all of a sudden it starts just pushing everybody to not criticize this stuff. Right. And
self-censorship.
Exactly.
Out of fear.
Silencing people, getting them to silence themselves,
Yes.
actually. And so then they take that lack of criticism and then they can just go crazy with their stuff. It's like critical race theory specifically. People email me all the time and they say, where are the scholarly criticisms of critical race theory? And I actually write back, I'm like, you're not allowed to do that. Like the most recent ones in law journals, like substantive ones, are from the 1990s. So there's nobody criticizing this stuff.
Oh, wow.
So when you aren't criticizing it, I mean, scholarship depends on people shooting down your bad ideas.
Peer review.
You know, when South Park talks about them smelling their own farts or whatever, smelling each other's farts, it literally, it's like, it's that. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever telling them that they're wrong. Nobody's ever allowed to, and you can't criticize it. Why? Because if you criticize critical race theory, you must be a racist.
Now, what was the response to you guys getting an award for that once you revealed that this was all horseshit?
Oh, she wasn't happy. The editor of that journal was not happy. She felt like betrayed, like, you know.
Well, she was.
She was. But she felt, you know, like I'd been so nice. I was so kind to her, and she was very kind to me. I have to be. She was a very nice person. Most of these people, that's very important. But these aren't mostly nice people. There are some hustlers, and they take advantage of that situation.
Yeah.
Because that's what this is really wide open to, is hustlers.
She was a nice person, but she's living in that world, and she thought that all that stuff made sense.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is they think the stuff's all real. Like,
yeah.
It's like they've kind of gone into this mass delusion where everything's power dynamics, and the power dynamics define how everybody experiences life. And
do you remember when Jordan Peterson was on television on the CBC and he was talking to some professor, I think may or may not have been transgender, who was saying that there is no such thing as biological sex? And I can unpack that for you if you'd like, and then keeps going as if it's just like you made a statement that there's no such thing as biological sex. Like,
right. Yeah, that's got a pedigree in the academic literature going back to actually at least the early 1990s.
I had an argument with a professor about it on the show. It was like, there's no difference between males and females. I goes, if you buy a male puppy and they give you a female, do you complain? What happens to that? It was a he. He didn't know what to say. He was just, you could tell when he was saying the things he was saying that he was knowing that he was going to get support from the people that he works with.
Exactly.
It's this thing that you do where you've indoctrinated yourself into this world, or you've been indoctrinated, and now you have to sort of keep up that nonsense talk.
You hit it exactly then earlier, because I don't know if you've ever like let the Jehovah's Witness in and talk to them, but if you get them to where they have to go off script, sometimes it'll be like two of them. And they'll like look at each other and they kind of look on it, and we'll have to go back and consult about that, and we'll come back and talk to you later. It's like if they're not on the script, they don't know what to do. So you catch them in this thing, and that's actually the thing, is it's crazy this stuff's taken over right now. Mostly it's not, because they're just calling people racist and everybody's good intentions are being played upon. But if you give it the slightest pushback, they don't know what to do except to call you names.
Because in their world, you can say there's no such thing as biological sex.
Right.
Yeah, I have a friend who works at a very large newspaper, and they said they can't say that there are two genders. Like, if you say there are two genders, you will literally get thrown out of the office. And they're like, we're not exaggerating.
That
this.
I mean, yeah, imagine
This-
that. I have a friend that works in journalism who's gay and has a gay sensitivity reader to make sure that his writing is gay sensitive enough.
He's gay.
He's gay.
And he has a gay sensitivity reader.
To make sure his writing is gay enough.
Can he just check with himself?
You would think so.
Yeah, I would imagine.
You would think so.
Douglas Murray put something up on his Twitter because someone was describing a gay person as a cisgendered, non-heteronormative, like something really crazy. And he said, I think there's another word for that.
Right.
It's gay. He's a gay person.
Yeah, that's right.
But it was like this like super complicated nonsense expression
Right,
that
and so
just meant gay, a gay person.
That's where, like, again, there's good comedy and bad comedy. That's where George Carlin had that awesome classic bit where he talked about adding syllables and hyphens. You know, it's
Mhm.
like World War I, it was shell shock, and now it's post-traumatic stress disorder. 8 syllables, 1 hyphen. You know, he's counting them.
Yeah.
So it's like, there's this weird language thing happening there with all these like he called it desensitizing or sterilizing language. And that's what's happening. So it takes all that meaning away, right?
Yeah.
So nobody knows what it means except for the guy preaching it. So the guy doing the diversity training, I watched a diversity training somebody sent me from their job the other day. And this woman's like just droning on. It felt like you're just getting, you know, imagine you're at the job. You're like, you have to do this for work. You don't want to do it. And you're just watching this webinar. And this lady's just ramrodding like 12-syllable words at you. She's like, okay, so we have to talk about microaggressions. And there are different kinds of microaggressions. There are micro-assaults. And it's just like, what the hell is this?
Micro-assaults.
Micro-insults and then micro...
What's a micro-assault?
A micro-assault is when you do it on purpose.
Like, but what is a micro-assault?
So a micro-assault would be, you know, making a small but, you know, racially salient comment in the presence of a person of that race.
Oh, so it's not even
not necessarily
assault.
racist. No, it's not an assault. No, these people, violence is all words and discursive.
So a
aggression.
micro-assault can just be an insult.
And they're all insults. Micro everything has to just be like words or standing in the wrong place.
Oh boy, Jamie just pulled it up here. A micro-assault is an explicit racial derogations characterized. What is that? How? Look at that expression. A micro-assault is an explicit racial derogations.
So you've put somebody down on purpose.
I know, but that's a weird way of describing an explicit racial derogations, plural.
Oh yeah,
N,
who wrote
which is
that?
singular.
Yeah,
and
that's
then,
not right.
Yeah,
They need an editor.
Derogations, plural, characterized primarily by verbal or nonverbal attack, meant to hurt the intended victim through name calling. There's your hyphen. Avoidant behavior or purposeful discriminatory actions.
Yeah, the grammar on that's broken all to pieces.
It's a mess. And
It
that's
is a mess.
kzoo.edu. Reason.kzoo.edu.
Nice.
I mean, they didn't even bother like editing that motherfucker. Look at that.
There's so many of these things that are like for education that are like this,
Oh.
and it's like they say stuff like themself, and it's just like this is supposed to be for education. It's barely literate. What is going on?
Well, that's a problem when you're using they and them as well, right? You start using they and them pronouns, which are really supposed to, I mean, for the most part, indicate multiple people.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I
The
mean,
singular
you could say they, you know, so this guy, what you could say, they thought they would get away with it. I mean, you could say it. You could say.
Right.
But it's hard to use it that way all the time.
Right. It's hard to use it intentionally.
Yes.
Actually, it comes up naturally sometimes, and then it's fine. But it's hard to use intentionally.
Yeah. If a person wanted to go to the store, they could go.
Right. And
Yeah.
so there's something like kind of totalitarian about making people do things like that that are difficult, like jumping through these little hoops and then holding them to massive account.
Yes.
And it's like, I mean, even like the Black Lives Matter thing. Like Black Lives Matter as a sentence is obvious. Forcing somebody to say an obvious thing.
That's a great name because you can't argue with it.
You also can't argue with it.
Yeah,
because
of
what are
course
you going to
they
say?
matter.
And of course it's so complicated because it's like if somebody asked me, they said, okay, do you support Black Lives Matter? James, do you support Black Lives Matter? And of course they're going to try to catch me on this. And it's like, which one? There's at least 5. I support one of them and I think the other 4 are nuts. Right? So there's Black Lives Matter. All lowercase letters is a sentence. You can't disagree with it because it's obvious. that Black Lives actually matter, and you shouldn't be forced to say obvious things. But what is that? That's a call, right? They're saying, hey, look, white people, people of other races, we have a different experience of this society, and it's bad.
Yeah.
And we need you to hear us, and we want you to care, and we want there to be action taken that we can work on together to figure out. And who couldn't support that movement? I think everybody in the world supports that movement.
Right.
But then you have the official one, and their website's full of like literally neo-Marxist stuff, and they're like weird, like queer feminist something or another. Like seriously, it's all on their about page on the Black Lives Matter website, and it's like that's a lot of baggage, man. I don't know if I'm for that. And then you have like the training video comes out with one saying, "Yeah, we're trained Marxists," and they're trained activists. You don't actually have to go along with all of that to agree with the sentence.
Right.
Then you have this thing with white people. There's like a Black Lives Matter movement that's white people that are like washing black people's feet and like calling them and apologizing and like freaking them out. And I mean, this is actually horrible too.
Oh,
like,
it's amazing.
Could you imagine what it's like being like somebody calls you, like all your white friends start calling you and they're like, by the way, I've always kind of been racist. Like you had a relationship with that person and now it's so awkward.
My favorite one was the white actors that all got together in that black and white film.
No kidding.
Isn't that amazing?
That was so, oh my
That's
gosh.
so stupid.
Oh.
And it was ones in there that I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed their work. The problem is these motherfuckers haven't worked in months and they want attention.
That's right.
They wanted attention and they weren't getting it. So they're like, I know how to really juice this up in my favorite.
Me.
It's so dumb. So dumb. Aaron Paul, he broke my heart.
Oh.
I saw him in there.
Yeah.
The actor, the Breaking Bad guy.
Yeah.
He's amazing. I love that dude.
And then
I was like, bro, I wish I would have talked to you before that.
I know.
I can tell you how this goes.
I can tell you what happens next.
This ain't good, man.
This ain't
Because
good.
guys like me are going to watch it.
That's
And
right.
Let me tell you, we're going to make fun of it a lot.
A lot. That's right.
Fuck out of
It was so funny. So then there's two more. We'll just drop them.
Okay.
Whatever these. So like.
What happened? I wanted to get back to this if you don't mind.
Huh.
When that piece came out and you got the award, and then they found out.
Yeah.
Like, what was you said that she was pissed off?
I mean, it was just I got this email from her that was like short, but it was like I'm really hurt that you were deceptive to me. You know, it's kind of like that. I felt bad actually. Like I didn't do it to like be mean to people.
Right. You did it to prove a point.
Like I actually, the saying, you play the ball or don't play the man, right?
Yes.
So I guess I said it backwards. If it's a saying, it's don't play the man, play the ball. This was about ideas for me. Like that project was about the ideas. It was about the scholarship. It wasn't about the people. And I felt like it was really unfortunate that there were people implicated in it. I actually did feel bad for them in almost every case. There were a couple of them that actually pissed me off with some of the stuff they wrote to me, but so I didn't feel bad about them so much. But that's a human failing. I'm not a perfect person.
When they pissed you off, because what did they write?
Oh, this one woman. We wrote a paper about masculinity, and at Hooters. And we said that the only reason guys go there is, besides the obvious wanting to ogle chicks, but the main reason was so that they could order, like double meaning in the word order, right? Order their food. They could order pretty young women around that have to do what they say. And, they can patriarchally order, taking their order is a pun. And this one woman wrote like this long review of it, and she was like, this paper, it was submitted to a journal called Men and Masculinities. It was a paper that was supposed to study the masculinity. And she wrote back, this paper talks about men instead of women, and it victim blames and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, oh, you can go to hell. Basically, I'm like, come on. It was aggravated also because my paper didn't get in because of that. And it's like, why would a paper about men and masculinity have to be about the women? Oh, because feminism, that's why. Of course. And it's like, it's so annoying that aggravated me. Most of them, the rest of them were actually like really nice people.
So I think your feeling is that there's really nice people that get bamboozled into really bad ideas. And then when you snuck in these hoax papers, that you're essentially speaking their lingo and they don't even know that they have a lingo.
That's right. And so I actually think that what we're looking at with this woke movement, and we've kind of compared it to cults, we've kind of compared it to real, I actually think it's evil. And the reason is because exactly what you just said. It plays on people's best nature. It takes good people and twists them to its purpose. And that's horrible. Like, the whole game is to try to make you a nicer, more caring person. So it takes your care and turns it into something literally totalitarian. You're not allowed to disagree with it. Anything you say, you get branded with these horrible, stigmas. They try to cancel people. And it's like, it's literally trying to use people's best, fairest, most just and caring instincts to make them program into this way of thinking.
There's also this thing that's going on, particularly with people in their cars when they have marches, that they just decide to start smashing people's cars and doing things to people's cars, whether it's because the people don't agree with what they're saying or they choose someone or they don't like the look of that person, but they feel justified in violently attacking them and their car because they are there to do a good thing.
That's right. Yeah, whenever somebody's going to punish people and think it's the moral thing to do, that's where you've got some danger going on.
Yeah.
And the reason they do that, by the way, is because they think everything happening is violence. Like, why does Antifa, by the way, that's the fourth Black Lives Matter movement, is these Antifa agitators starting the riots. Why do they feel justified in throwing a brick through a Starbucks? Why do they feel justified in starting yelling about targets? Why does this keep happening? And the reason, this is going to sound absolutely insane, but it's actually true, is that they believe that something like Starbucks is a big corporation, and when it comes into a neighborhood, it starts taking resources, capitalist resources, money, from that neighborhood and then dumping it into a corporation. And they see that as a form of violence against the neighborhood. So they're justified in using violence to disrupt that by throwing a brick through the window, even though it's probably some franchise owner who's just trying to make a buck, trying to have a job that runs it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it is. That's actually what the theoretical justification is with regard to that aspect of the theory.
But do these people who are actually doing this know that's why they're doing it? Or, I mean, is this written anywhere?
Oh, yeah. The Antifa books are crazy. They talk about the collection of capital, the any kind of racist or sexist or whatever language as they want to determine it being a form of violence. They call these things like epistemic violence in some of the literature. They call it discursive violence in some of the literature. Sometimes they just call it violence. In queer theory, calling somebody saying you're a man or a woman is called a violence of categorization. So there's all these different types of violence, and they're sort of marinating in this idea that these things that are happening, the way people talk, micro-assault, is a violence. And, I mean, I even saw a thing somebody sent me today from some university, Indiana maybe, where the person's saying that, we're tearing down these physical monuments, but maybe we need to think about discursive, so verbal monuments. And then in the middle of this, which is otherwise cracked but not violent, he actually says something to the effect of that we really need to be prepared to do violence against this violence. And so they're marinating in these kinds of thoughts. So you get these like with Antifa, what are these dudes? These dudes are like hopped up, mostly young men trying to put out, I mean, there's some women in there too, of course, but there's a lot of young men who are like doing their young male rage, and they're pissed off at society, and they've read all these books saying how America sucks and how it hurts, all these, poor people, it hurts, minorities and so on. A lot of people are feeling the sting, frankly, because whatever the Republican policies since Reagan have really kind of like put some squeeze on people.
Well, it's really amplified now because of COVID, because of the lockdowns.
Oh, yeah, exactly. People are out of their minds. They're living on Twitter.
Yeah, they're living on Twitter, and also they're broke.
And they're you're losing your job.
So they feel justified to loot. They feel justified to smash and rob, and they don't even have to really intellectualize it or really when they're rationalizing this. They don't have to really make cogent points. They just have to have like some iconic enemy in their head.
Right. We really should have saw Target getting set on fire when Target got deemed essential, and people started making a big deal about Target's essential. Why is Target essential?
Because you need to buy toilet paper, you fuck. Jesus Christ.
That's right.
What's weird is, it's just weird how quickly it happened. It was clearly exacerbated by the lockdowns.
That's right.
It's one of the most amazing, combination of events that happens in a perfect storm order.
Right. And so it's okay. Let me start right. And this is already bad, but I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't actually buy into conspiracies, but we are in a situation because of a lot of political currents for the last 50 years where there's a lot of billionaire philanthropist groups, right, that generate a lot of money. They run a lot of think tanks. They run a lot of policy forums and organizations and 501c3s and so on and so forth to study things and do these things. The rapidity with which the materials, like the Instagram ready tracks that you could read and the little videos, the speed and the educational curricula and the guides for here's a bunch of resources for how to remake your business. This stuff came out fast. So what I think is actually going on is, I mean, political operative types wait for, I mean, the saying is never let a good crisis go to waste, right? So they wait for a precipitating event, and then they've been making easy digest materials for a long time and paying people like, you know, hey, come work for our forum. What we really need to do is look at how we can get books for like anti-racist toddler books, you know, anti-racist kids. And so they get people writing these books, and they think they're doing, it's not like some, you know, boardroom nasty stuff. And then these materials are just ready to go out fast. And so this, we had, as you said, a perfect storm. COVID's pissing everybody off. The media has everybody pissed off. Trump has everybody pissed off. It's like impossible to watch any of this and not be just pissed off. I have to be careful because I actually start to get frustrated and emotional about it. The amount of being lied to that's just so obvious, you know, to a lot of the news right now at these protests, especially in riots, is just galling.
Well, the article that I showed you that shows that the COVID kick-up, the uptick in cases had nothing to do with Black Lives Matter, but probably had to do with people staying inside.
Yeah, it's like it's just gaslighting, man.
But that's the craziest gaslighting ever. Like, so why are you making everybody stay inside then? Because that means that the disease is going to get even worse.
Right.
Like, if we're being forced to lock in and shut down and stay home, that's going to make the disease worse, according to your article.
They're like, which way does it go? And then nobody knows. And then you live in this, like, I don't know what's true about COVID at all now. It's like you were allowed to go out in like groups less than 10, but not if you were protesting. Then they could be up to 1,000 or something. I mean, it's
it could be multiple thousands.
It's like, what in the world is going on?
Once you're protesting, and as long as it's a good cause, everybody could die.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fine.
It's because racism is the real virus, is what they actually said.
Well, that's a real virus too, but that COVID shit's real. Trust me.
It's a
thing. I know multiple people that have it right now.
I also know people who have had it and a couple who do. It's not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, even young people.
Yeah.
Like, they're still going to this, like, my friends are still going to the hospital because they don't quite know what's wrong with them after having had it.
Vitamin D, kids. Take a shitload of it. Very important. Get out in the sun.
I took like 50,000 IU before I flew out here.
Yes. Good move.
Yeah, no
I
joke.
take 5,000 IU every day.
Yeah, so do I.
Without fail.
Yep.
And I take zinc, and I take magnesium, and I take 4,000 milligrams of vitamin C, and I do a 10,000 milligram vitamin C IV every week.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm not fucking around.
You're not fucking around.
Yeah, I still get nervous.
Well, you don't want to get the COVID.
I'm scared.
Yeah, I mean, it's serious. It's serious, and people are scared. And, you know, you can channel that fear, you can channel that anger.
I know, and I'm healthy. Like,
right.
Imagine if I was obese or had diabetes or...
Oh, you can't talk about that.
Yeah.
No.
Fat shaming?
Yeah.
Fat shaming?
Yeah, that's
Already?
like fat shaming. Yeah, obesity is not allowed to be talked about as a medical relevant condition. That is called medicalizing obesity.
I love Jon Stewart to death. He's amazing, but we did a podcast the other day, and he actually said, you can be overweight and be healthy. And I had to stop him. I said, no, you can't. That's not true. That's literally... It shows that you have an issue. That's like that's a sign of non-health, of not being healthy. It's a tax on your body.
Yeah.
For sure, your body works harder. But he's just so nice that he wanted to say it because it's a thing that people like to say, and he wanted those people to like him and not come after him.
It's exactly what we were saying. It's using that impulse to be kind, that impulse to be nice, and turning it into something. And that narrative that there's nothing to do with health. Like, they actually, it's trademarked and everything. Health at every size. Yeah. There's a movement. Actually, there was a blog I used to follow. That's where I first learned about it. That it was called Dances with Fat, and it's this woman who's very overweight who danced around. And she's a good dancer, actually. She really was. And then she tried to run a marathon, and she couldn't run the marathon because she didn't. Well, she finished the marathon, but there was a time limit, and she finished after the time limit, so it didn't count. So she lost her marbles about it and said, you know, that the time limits are oppressive and fat exclusionary and all this, like 9 hours or something. And then, so she then created another blog called Iron Fat, where she was going to do an Ironman.
But fat.
While fat, to prove that fat has nothing to do with health.
Well, the swimming part she's got down because she can take her time because she's floating.
That's harsh.
It's true. Fat people float.
Actually, in cold water, they lose a lot of weight, too. I don't know if you know that. People who swim the English Channel actually have to gain weight so they can swim off.
Oh, that makes sense.
Cold water.
Yeah.
You actually do, like, almost 20 pounds.
Oh, it makes sense. Yeah, because it's a massive caloric requirement to keep your body warm in that freezing water.
Yeah, was that Phelps, Olympic swimmer.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
Where he was eating, like, 15,000 calories a day and staying, like, cut.
Ripped. Giant pizzas and shit.
Yeah, but he's swimming in 68-degree water, 72-degree water for 4 hours a day or something.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, they have this whole thing, though,
Fat
that
dancing.
that is the Iron Fat Lady. They have this whole thing that you can't associate obesity and health at all. It's not allowed. It's considered a medicalizing narrative. And if we were to come up with, let's say that, like, you invented tomorrow Joe Rogan's, you're getting a supplement company, and Joe Rogan's weight loss pill, but not like some bullshit. Imagine it really worked, right? So everybody who takes this pill within the course of a month would get to their ideal body weight, right? By pill magic. Just imagine. They would actually, in fat studies, which is a real critical fat studies, it's a real thing. We wrote a paper about that too. They would call that a fat genocide because you're getting rid of all the fat people.
Well, you're not.
But every one of them's
you're not
healthier.
Getting rid of them. They are healthier, but they can always choose to be fat again.
So that's the problem with this shit. Is it plays on people's best instincts while giving like the worst possible reading of everything.
Right.
Like they literally would. And
it takes away personal accountability as well.
Right. They actually say that in disability studies about people who are deaf. If they invented surgery or whatever that fixed deafness, or an implant that could fix deafness for everybody, they say it's a deaf genocide because there'd be no deaf people left.
Do they really say that?
Yeah.
God, my God, that's so silly.
And so, I mean, you can see it's just like...
God, that's so silly. Restoring a sense is a genocide on people who are handicapped.
As somebody who's lost senses, I can tell you, you want them back, or you want them to have them if you don't.
You were saying when you had your head injury that you couldn't taste anything?
Yeah, so I hit my head really bad in January 2011 and cracked my skull. And
how'd you do it?
Pull-up bar came apart.
Oh, my God.
I was doing those badass ones where you pull up and then touch your feet. So I was horizontal 7 feet off the ground and the pull-up bar came apart and boom, back of the head on concrete.
Oh my God, dude.
Oh, it was bad, man. It was bad. Like my ears were ringing for like a month.
Oh.
I'll tell you this because you fight, so you'll understand. I hit my head, the back of my head, so hard that I deviated my septum.
Oh my God.
Nothing hit my nose, but my nostrils aren't the same as they were before ever since.
Oh my God.
So I woke up the next morning. I mean, I didn't go to sleep for a long time because I was like, I've got a concussion. I'm fucked. And so then I get up eventually the next morning after I decide I can sleep because my pupils aren't doing any of the things. And I drank my coffee. I'm like, man, my coffee tastes really weird. I'm really knocked silly. And then I realized sometime during the day I couldn't smell anything and I couldn't taste anything. And so then I went through this process for like 2 years of growing those senses back. I actually think you learn to smell and taste things. I think that's why kids hate vegetables. It's like they haven't learned how to process the taste yet.
Wow.
And like stuff tasted really weird. I had phases where like my coffee and garlic and, like grape juice would all taste exactly the same.
I know a fighter, and he's had a long career, and after one of his fights, he lost his sense of smell.
It happens.
Yeah, he was saying that what drove him crazy was he couldn't smell his daughter's hair.
Yeah.
Like he would hug his daughter,
yeah.
and he couldn't smell
It's
her
so
hair.
weird. Everything's just neutral. It's so weird. It's depressing. I was like putting like Vicks Vapor Rub like right under my nose, like smearing it, and I couldn't smell it. I would just kind of burn on the skin.
And what were doctors saying as far as the recovery?
They said sometimes it recovers and sometimes it doesn't. It's about 5% of back of the head concussions. And mine came back, and I think it's mostly back to normal. I mean, I learned the hard way about a year ago that I still couldn't smell spoiled milk.
Oh, you can't spell.
I can now because this is why I think you learn it because.
Oh, so now you can.
If you can't smell for me, my experience was that if I couldn't smell or taste something and I just kept forcing myself to have it, before long I could, and then it would start to taste normal.
Really?
But anything that I avoided, so when would I ever drink spoiled milk? When would I experience spoiled milk? So all of a sudden I came home from a trip like last year and I'm like, I busted open the cream from my coffee and I've like poured it in and I'm like, this is a sour coffee. Like it was like a new coffee. So I thought it was maybe just like really acidic. I was like, this is really kind of gross. And I walked by my wife and she was like, what is it? Pour that. What is that?
Smell it.
She could smell it. out of my coffee even.
Wow.
And then I couldn't smell it. But then I started to, it's kind of gross, but I actually bought a bottle of milk and just let it go bad. And
Just so
then,
you could force
So I
yourself to
practiced
smell.
practice smelling it. Now I can smell it.
Wow, you were practicing the smell.
It would come back, yeah. And so what the doctor said when I hit my head, though, is that the two things are happening. One happens in the brain and they don't know what's going on. And the other is that the nerve fibers through the ethmoid bone in your nose either can stretch or tear. And those have to, if they do, they go dormant and they have to wake back up over time.
Jesus Christ.
So I got lucky, I suppose, because mine seems to be more or less back to normal.
But a year ago,
well,
was
obviously,
this
yeah.
spilt milk thing, so you still have an issue.
So there's anything that I haven't encountered, I probably won't smell correctly.
What about farts? What kind of farts are you smelling?
I
Smell
have pretty
like regular
good,
farts?
I think I got those covered at this point. I practiced those too.
Yeah, because some farts are different.
Yeah, that's right. Silent,
God,
violent.
well, yeah, but what about gases? You know,
That was a thing, right? I couldn't smell I couldn't smell smoke for a long time. That's scary. That was actually properly scary.
Oh man.
When you realize you can't smell smoke, it's scary.
Yeah.
Because it's like, how are you gonna know if your house is on fire? It's like I didn't want my wife to leave, and go on a trip for like a week because like if something caught on fire.
What about cooking gas?
I couldn't smell that either. I can't now. I couldn't smell anything.
That's terrifying. Coming home, you don't even know, and your house is filled with gas.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen what happens to a house when they have a gas explosion?
Yeah. Actually, somebody emailed me and said that that's what they were afraid of in Minneapolis with all these riots that broke out. Is that they were pretty sure some of the fires were going to hit the gas lines. And it would have been like in Boston a couple years ago when the gas line was leaking and 50 houses. I know a Boston firefighter who told me what it was like to be a firefighter in that mess. He's driving to a call, and then, people run out in the street and stop the fire truck. And they're like, they're yelling, and there's a fire, we can't stop. And they're like, there's a fire here. And they're like, oh, crap. And, they start trying to do something about the fire there. And then the house over there, boom, flames everywhere, walls blow down and stuff.
Yeah.
And it was just like, at that point, they were like, is this a terrorist attack? What's going on? People are freaking out. But that's what people in Minneapolis just lived through, apparently, too.
Yeah.
Like, you can't have mayhem.
It's not good for sleep.
It's not good for
anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's Jerry Seinfeld had that thing. It's not good for business. It's not good for anybody.
Yeah.
For Seinfeld.
I saw a video once of a house that it was after the fact. This house had a slow gas leak, and then it blew up, and there was nothing left.
It's bad.
It was crazy. It's like it was splinters.
It's bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Splinters.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was pretty scary.
So you couldn't smell gas. You couldn't smell gasoline if you're pumping gasoline. You couldn't smell it. Wow.
And then I had this phase.
This is the house right here. Watch this.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Bro, do that again. Rewind that again. So this is someone, the gas leak in that house. Let's see what happens. Boom.
So that's why stuff has to work.
Yeah. Well, again, it goes back to what you're saying, how easy it is to tear something down, how hard it is to build it.
That's right.
All these people that are tearing down these businesses and looting, they haven't built anything.
I mean, I think about it all the time. It's like, there's almost like this weird belief that like everything just happens by magic or something. Like, you can just go, like, fire everybody who knows what they're doing and replace them with people who don't know what they're doing and want to be just diversity. Like, and I'm not even going to say they're not competent, but they do want to focus on diversity or whatever the issue of the day is. So you're going to fire, like, this super competent guy and then replace him with somebody who at least is going to dedicate some of their time to diversity initiatives. What's going to happen is, eventually, stuff becomes less competitive, stuff becomes less efficient. I really feel it when I fly, man. And it's not the thing you think. I don't think, the planes are going to start dropping out of the sky. I start thinking about the air traffic control. Like, that's complicated, man. And if you don't have people that are at the top of their game programming that stuff in those towers, looking at that stuff, but it's everything. We actually have a society, when we have an advanced society like we have, you actually have to have people who know what's going on and who are focusing on the job to get it done, to build things. And it can't all be of course we have to pay attention to the human resources issue, but this stuff's all about turning everything into the human resources issue. And then with like scholarship, I don't even know what to say, because they're saying we need to do research justice, and like, so that means take
research justice.
That's what they call it. So you have to take so you have to like cite more black scholars and women scholars and indigenous scholars, and so you don't cite white people or men, so you can even out their citation scores so they get more promotions. And then you have to take academic departments and you have to start hiring more of, and I don't mean you have to hire identities, you have to hire people who think that way, because otherwise they don't qualify. And then you start getting rid of the people who don't think that way. So you're actually concentrating even in like, I mean, somebody just sent me something about chemistry. The field of chemistry is like going like full woke. And it's like, what the hell does that have to do with chemistry?
How can chemistry go woke? Chemistry is so, I mean, that is like one of the more solid disciplines.
You'll hardly believe it. But the truth is that the woke theory actually believes this. It actually believes that science, reason, so on, evidence, civility, meeting schedules, that's all manifestations of one way of knowing things about the world that happens to be made by white people who are Westerners and men, and that it encodes white supremacy, and that we have to open up to other ways of knowing. I read an article, I'm a mathematician, and I read an article recently about how that has to happen in math. So math, we have to get away from, it says, the idea that math is objective, that it tells you something objective about the world, and we have to start opening our minds up to other types of mathematics that maybe see things differently, and that we should teach that.
Who wrote that?
Oh, what's his name? I don't know. There's another one that's very similar that's by a Chinese scholar, Tian An or An Tian. I get it backwards sometimes. That came out in January or something that was saying the same thing, that we need to start questioning whether there's objectivity in math. We need to question what math's about. And then I see this curriculum last fall. It was put into the Seattle schools. I mean, you can look that up on Seattle's government education website. And they're like, we need to question, we need to look at how we need to make math class be like asking kids, how have you seen math be used to uphold oppression? How have you seen math be used to break down oppression? And then how can we turn math to a more collectivist endeavor instead of individual endeavor? And it's like, this is what they're teaching in schools at this point. So there's their belief is that objectivity, like actual knowledge, is not possible, and that every culture has its own access to it. And those cultures, like we talked about conflict theory, are in conflict with one another. So science is something that was cooked up by white Western men, and it doesn't let other ways of knowing, they call it, in, specifically so that white Western men can keep the power of getting to define what's scientifically true and what's not.
Jesus Christ.
No shit.
How do you argue against that? It's so crazy that it's like there's no room for logic or reason.
Well, I mean, it's worse than that, because logic and reason become part of the
problem.
The white man's tools. The master's tools, they call it.
Oh, the master. Did you hear that in Texas, there's at least one real estate group that's no longer using the term master bedroom?
I was going to bring that one up earlier when we were talking about how, words have a trace.
Yes.
And it's like, that's a key example, because the trace is bullshit. Do you know where the phrase master bedroom started?
No.
1926 Sears catalog.
Oh.
Slavery ended in 1863. 1926 Sears catalog. It was never used with anything to do with slavery. It's just that people imagine that it might have something to do with slavery, because you can't touch the word master, I'm sorry.
Right. What about master locks?
Oh, it'll come to it. It'll come to it.
They'll have to change.
All of the tech stuff is, they've got like master slave switches or whatever they call them, and systems. All that. I mean, I'm keep getting emails from corporation
motherboards.
Oh yeah, all that stuff. All that stuff. It's all got to get changed.
Oh. Yeah, you can't have master and slave, you assholes.
And here's why. Because they actually believe that if they change, that they believe that language creates oppression. That's when I said tearing down discursive monuments. That's actually what the guy was talking about. So if you change the language, like magic spells, then oppression will go away too. If we have no politically incorrect language, oppression can't possibly happen. That's literally some Orwell stuff, right? The point of 1984 was like they made newspeak so that people wouldn't be able to have thoughts.
Yes. I mean, how brilliant was Orwell?
Pretty brilliant.
But
yeah,
amazing that he saw all this kind of coming, but maybe he didn't. Maybe he just made it like he took it to some ridiculous place that he never really thought people would go.
Right. I mean, there's been a bunch of people who did that, of course. You know, Aldous Huxley talked about it in Brave New World, but and very famously now people are getting aware of, was it Kurt Vonnegut that wrote Harrison Bergeron, So this is a perfect equity society. So people who were smarter had to like have headphones and that played annoying sounds. They couldn't think as good. And if they were pretty, they had to wear like a mask so that they wouldn't be as attractive. And they try to make everybody perfectly equal. And it's like almost prophetic, you know.
God.
And that's the problem, right? So this idea of like, the idea should be that we have equality. Equality of outcome cannot be guaranteed, but they want to force it. But if you were going to guarantee equality of outcome, right, it would obviously be that you wanted to bring everybody up. But they're content when that doesn't work to just chop people down, and that's why it's screwed up. Right?
Yeah.
So now we can't use science because science doesn't use emotions.
You can't use chemistry.
You can't use chemistry because it doesn't have enough gay people working, and it was actually the real argument that I saw.
But how do you, so is it your obligation to convince gay people that chemistry is interesting for them to pursue as a career?
It's, yeah, I guess.
Or do you have to prove, I mean, there's
hiring
no
quotas
obligation.
will come in.
So there's no obligation to prove that there's been some sort of suppression of gay people. You can just say, like, as a fact, there's less gay people that are involved in this, so it must be suppressed.
So, yeah, that's the systemic racism idea, or systemic, homophobia here. That's the idea when they say systemic. That's what they mean. They say, we're going to look at the end. Is anything different? Then it must have been discrimination somewhere in the system. It's like when, all the atheist movement stuff back in the day, they had the God of the gaps. It's like, where did life come from? If, like a religious person would be like, well, if you're an atheist, explain where life came from. And if you don't know, then it must be God. And now it's like, if there's different outcomes, explain where it came from. It must be racism or sexism.
What's interesting is that this equality language never makes its way into blue-collar jobs. Like, nobody's clamoring for female garbage men.
Yeah,
or garbage folk.
It's only for high-status jobs, especially ones that work in cultural production, right?
Yeah.
So you have faith, you have education, you have journalism, you have media in general. And scientists and so on. People who get to control knowledge, ideas, and so on. Because again, they live in this world where they believe that if they can engineer how people think by what ideas are valid and invalid, then they can make their utopia. So it's, like the idea of inclusion, right? So inclusion, like, that's good. We want to include people. We don't want people to feel like left out. We don't want people to feel uncomfortable or like they can't be there. But when you cook the books and decide that anything that disagrees with you makes you feel unwelcome, now all of a sudden nobody's allowed to disagree with you.
Right.
And that's actually what happens. And then when you have this idea, you see this in these videos for these universities, where you'll have some little student stand up and say, well, this center has too many white people in it taking up space, and that makes us feel uncomfortable because we're used to, having our space taken up and we have no space of our own, and like the most egalitarian, the whole campus, you can be anywhere you want. But they need so it even justifies segregation. You can't have white people around black people too much because that makes them feel unsafe. And then the galling part is that, what they call that? Desegregation. They call it desegregating the space.
Gaslighting.
It's so gaslighting.
God.
Anti-racism is like, let's focus on race all the time. Let's read racism into every interaction. That's the anti-racist process.
Yeah.
It's backwards. It's backwards land.
Well, that's one of the problems with some ideas that promote, air quotes, feminism, is that they treat women as if they can't see things the way that men do, so they need extra attention,
exactly,
or extra help, or extra assistance.
My favorite one with like that kind of like navel gazing critical approach. So let me preface, just because we have to in this day and age. James, do you support feminism? Which one? Same as Black Lives Matter, right? Which one do you mean? So that said, one of my favorite patterns is thing happens to everybody, and then feminists think it's oppression against women. Feminists blame patriarchy. So it's like, people interrupt. And it's like, people interrupt women. And so that's patriarchy. And it's like, it actually happens to everybody, man.
My favorite is mansplaining.
Mansplaining? Oh, yeah,
Yes.
we're doing that now.
Yeah,
my favorite is manspreading, as you will know.
Yeah.
I'm famously a manspreader, and I have my profile on Twitter is manspreading to the maximum.
Is that what you're doing in your profile? You're manspreading?
It's actually funny. I was doing a thing in London last October. We were doing some talks, and I was actually I had one video I did where I didn't even realize it, and I was manspreading like out of control. I mean, it was like embarrassingly bad. I looked at it the first time I saw the video.
Right, but manspreading only matters if you're on a subway or a bus and someone's next to you and you're taking up too much.
That's the main thing.
But that's what the problem is with it.
Right, but they see the action at all. Like, you got to train it out of people. So anyway, in London, I was actually distractedly mindful not to manspread. Instead, I was telling the story to the crowd, and I manspread to demonstrate what I meant by manspread. I just did it again. And somebody snapped a picture of it while I was doing it and sent it to me, and I'm like, that's my profile picture. So I'm like in, like a jacket and a tie, and I'm manspreading, like laughing or whatever.
I feel like I read this, I don't know if I did or not, that men, their natural, the way their legs sit in their hips, it's natural for their legs to splay out.
Yeah.
Whereas with women, their hips are built differently.
That's probably true.
Can you find that out?
We also have
I don't
testicles.
know how you would Google that. Yeah, but
I mean, I think you do. I know I do.
I do.
Okay,
Definitely do.
Just check.
How dare you? But you can't. I'd rather stand up. I mean, if I'm jamming people in like that, I don't mind standing.
Yeah, totally. I hear you.
Yeah, unless it's a long ass flight, or a long ass train ride. But I can keep my legs together.
No, I hear you. I'm totally with you.
But I think it's a natural thing.
I think it makes sense.
Spread out.
And you're fit. I'm fit. I actually have bizarrely large legs, and so it's actually very difficult for me to squeeze my legs
Here
together.
it goes. The overall width of the pelvis is relatively greater in females, and the angle of the femoral neck is more acute.
That's right.
These factors could play a role in making a position of sitting with the knees close together less comfortable in men. Aha! You fucks. I suspect most men would suggest the reason for adopting the more spread posture in sitting would be the avoidance of testicular compression from the thigh muscles. The pelvic rotation goes some way to improve compression in both aspects. It's funny the way they say it that way.
That's right.
They have to say testicular compression.
Well, that's because it's from masculinist science. It's masculinist white Western science making this claim.
And it's from the Independent.
But when you have big legs, man, it's like...
Yes.
It's like, if I know I'm going to have to walk a long distance, I have to wear the right underwear, I'm going to get chafed on my thighs.
Yes, me too.
You have big thighs.
Yeah. So there's
it's a problem
behind manspreading.
It's like I need those Chuck Norris drop crotch jeans that he had those when he used to do his kicks.
Dude, those are
Do you remember
best.
those?
I had a pair of those.
Hell yeah.
Chuck Norris action jeans.
Action jeans, that's right.
Yes, I had those.
That's right. Back when were you doing karate? You were doing taekwondo, right?
Yeah.
I did like sport karate back then. So
those were the pants to have.
That's
back
right.
Then.
Everybody had that stuff.
Yeah, those the people with large thighs, man. That's what boxer briefs were invented for.
That's right.
I can't wear regular shorts. Like if I just wear shorts and boxer briefs, it'll chew my legs up.
That's right.
If I work out,
it kills me. Yeah.
Yeah, and large ladies have that issue too.
Right.
If they're overweight.
And fat studies would say that is a problem of body blueprinting, and that it's actually a sign that fat phobic society hasn't designed all clothing around that problem. They didn't design clothing with fat women in mind.
Another one of my favorite papers he did was fat bodybuilding.
That's what I was. Yeah. Fat bodybuilding. Fat bodybuilding. So it turns out Peter has a friend named Richard Baldwin, and you should pull Richard Baldwin. Richard Baldwin is a real professional bodybuilder. He was like, what was it, Mr. Olympia 1978 or something, right? And he's also a history professor. So the dude's jacked, even 70 something. He's jacked, and so he said we could use his identity to do our papers.
That's him as in the 70s?
Yeah. I mean,
is that him now?
He's got a one in a black T-shirt where it's like he's 71 years old, and it's just insane.
The upper
That's
level.
back in the day.
Upper. Yeah, the one where he's doing the most muscular pose, right there. Bam.
He's still like that, and
Jesus Christ.
So he let us use his identity. That's him older. He's still jacked. I mean, he's 65 there. He's fit. So we were like, we got to write bodybuilding themed papers because we have a bodybuilder. And so we claim that his there it is, the black one, the related images down there is where he's in the black T-shirt. I actually photoshopped a copy of that specific image and put fat bodybuilder on the T-shirt. I used to have that picture. That's him, like when he was letting us use his identity.
So there he's in his 70s.
I think he's like 71 there.
That's insane.
Yeah, look at those arms.
Wow.
And yeah, so we wrote this paper, Fat Bodybuilding, saying that bodybuilders are abnormally large, fat people are abnormally large, muscle and fat are just two types of tissue, and it's only fat-phobic science that distinguishes their worth, and fat-phobic society that says one means more than the other. So we even had lines like, you have to build a political... there's some quote, it wasn't our line, we quoted somebody that says, it takes time to build a fat body, it takes even more time to build a politicized fat body. So that was the theme of the paper. And so we said that there should be, in fact, that professional bodybuilding as a sport needs to add another category. There are 4 categories for each of men and women that they compete in. Yeah, apparently. Something like bikini, and I don't know. Whatever they are. Yeah, something. There are 4, and I don't remember what they are. But they need to add a 5th one in for fat bodybuilding, where people of any body shape and size can come in, and it can't be competitive because that would be fat shaming. And so it has to be just a political performative display rooted in Judith Butler's Politics of Parity.
Oh my God.
Which we got that idea from reading an actual fat scholar, maybe the leading fat scholar, Charlotte Cooper. And Charlotte Cooper is this like totally nut job activist in the UK, but they hate the Olympics, as you might imagine. It's the maximally fat phobic environment.
Except sumo in the Olympics?
Is it? I think it is.
Wow, no.
But they protested the 2000, and she's in London, so they protested the 2012 games, summer games, and what they did is they held in a park, like Fatty Olympics is what they literally called it. They literally called it that, and it was like them playing dizzy bat and like yelling about and holding up protest signs about how the Olympics sucks. And so we're like, what in the hell is this? And so then we decided to write this fat bodybuilding paper based off of the idea of politics of parody, of like making a joke out of the thing. So we're going to make a joke out of bodybuilding. We said that competitors can wear the fashion, that's their word, not ours, of their choice, which is clothing designed for fat people.
Fashion of their choice.
So it's really hard. It's really hard to talk about, to explain, to criticize the fat study stuff without, like, it's just so preposterous.
How do you walk the line of like tipping them off? Like, because it seems like some of your stuff is so loony that I'm like, how do they not know they're being fucked with?
Because they're too serious about them. They take themselves too seriously. So I'll give you an example with that exact paper, right? At the end, Pete, is a big sci-fi guy. So he's all into Star Trek. So we called the last section was Fat Bodybuilding, the final frontier for fat. They went berserk about this. They were like, you cannot call it that for 2 reasons. You can't use the word final because it would imply there is an end to fat activism, which can never end.
Oh my God.
And you can't use the word frontier because it reminds you of genocides.
The frontier. Like the frontier of the American West?
It said it evokes imagery of the American
Native
West.
American genocide? Oh my God.
So you can't say the final frontier because frontier, the word, is poisoned.
Oh my God,
and
the final frontier, but that's Star Trek.
I know.
How are you doing that?
They're so like, smelling their own farts, man. They're smelling their own farts all day long. It's so freaking bad.
It's just, I can't. I'm like, as you're saying this, I know you're telling the truth, but I can't imagine that this is literally commonplace.
I mean, It's so hard not to laugh. I mean, like, so we talked about Health at Every Size. Do you know who made up Health at Every Size?
Who?
Linda Bacon.
That's her name? She's not real.
She's It's like, and it's like, it's just her name. It just happens to be.
So crazy, though. What a great name. It just shows you that like when Andrew Weiner kept sending his dick to girls.
Oh, I
it's
know.
Like, come on, man. This is too on the nose.
Oh, Jesus. When I was in grad school, actually, we had to learn about, so there's this thing in probability theory. It's named after a mathematician whose last name was Weiner. And so it's actually called the Weiner measure. And so we had this Chinese teacher who was talking about the Weiner measure, and we're all laughing, and he had no idea why we were laughing because his English wasn't great. Oh, it was so awkward.
Oh, boy.
But no, it's really weird when stuff like that happens, you know. So you have the fat scholar, Linda Bacon.
Lindo.
No,
Formerly Linda.
Oh, went trans.
She's trans now.
Lindo. That's
See,
Health at Every Size.
Oh my God. So she wasn't happy enough with body positivity. She had to go trans. It became real popular.
Looks like she lost the weight too. That's bad.
Christ. Yeah, why'd she lose the weight?
I don't know, but we could wreck her career now.
Every size. Body positivity at every size. Body liberation advocate.
Yeah, liberation is what this
How
is
about this?
actually the thing.
Speaker, author, and scientist.
I'm going to call shenanigans on that last part.
She's got a PhD.
Yeah.
What's the PhD in?
I don't know, but it's not math.
Lindo.
I didn't mean to dead name her. I didn't know it had changed.
Well, you didn't mean it.
I could be ruined for that.
It's dead naming her right in the thing. It says formerly Linda.
It does. I mean,
they dead named her.
Technically,
in the book.
Technically, I think we have to update our book now.
Yeah. Which one is it? It says Lindo ? Linda. What is that? Is that an article?
That's insane.
My name, my gender. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. See.
So she like formerly Linda is a part of her website. LindoBacon.
Okay, so this is straight out of queer theory. So queer theory actually says that it's politically actionable to make things confusing on purpose, so it doesn't make sense. Like,
really?
I mean, yeah, it's like they literally. If I open the book, I can quote it. They say that it's politically actionable to use intentional confusion, like to put contradictions, and in particular, Eve Kovsovsky Sedgwick.
Hold up. Look at how this starts off. It's hard to be yourself and feel belonging in a culture that is hostile to your existence. But first of all, feel belonging. It's a very strange way to put it. It's hard to be yourself and feel belonging, that you belong, I guess, in a culture that is hostile to your existence.
Boy, that's a loaded sentence, isn't it?
Yes. Oh my God, so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's see. There's probably some really good stuff. The flourish in a welcoming world, the welcoming part. That's where I said they twist this stuff and they turn it into something crazy. So you get this real sense, though, in fat studies and in disability studies that there's like, they want to be coddled.
But how is she doing fat studies when she's all skinny now?
I mean, that's
now.
Yeah, that's problematic. But that's a good thing. It's every size.
Dr. Bacon's mission. Hold on. What did it say there? To galvanize a body positivity movement which celebrates the influence of our multiple intersecting identities. To provide the critical thought, inspiring vision, and practical strategies you need to celebrate. I feel like we're making fun of this person.
But we should. I told you. But that word critical, that doesn't mean critical thinking. Right? I mean, it's complaining about in a specific way to achieve liberation. Liberation is the thing. That's the critical theory of the Frankfurt School that we were talking about all along.
So what is this person's, what was the issue that you had with what they were teaching?
Well, I mean,
saying?
This person is like the body positivity person. So the body positivity movement is just all about, I was actually just bringing up the person's name being Bacon in fat studies is kind of funny, but that's rude of me.
But it's crazy now that it's not.
But the point is that the body positivity movement is why they deny science, right? So if like a doctor says, we're worried about your weight, you need to do something about it. That actually is not body positivity anymore. That's now telling them that they are wrong for who they are. So there's this like coddling aspect to it. And then this has actually moved into even more. They go even further. They're like, people with letters. I don't need a person with letters after my name to tell me who I am. So with like mental illness, they like a lot of them self-diagnose, and they say that somebody with letters after their name shouldn't determine who they are. And there's this woman that we talk about in the book, Linda XY Brown. I'm sure that's her real initials. Like, she didn't cook that up. She's got like 12 of the things, but she self-diagnosed herself as autistic. And then she has this thing, we quoted it in here, and she says that I guess there's a stim, they call them, for autistic people called flapping, and she doesn't flap. Like, it's not one of the things, because she maybe isn't even autistic, who knows, because she won't get diagnosed. And then when she says she's in public, she flaps on purpose, like she acts it, she pretends it, so that people will recognize her as autistic. Because the identity is what's so important, because the identity becomes the politics.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I just read the whole freaking book again yesterday. So.
But the thing about body positivity is I want people to feel good. I do want them to feel good, but I also want them to be actually aware of what the consequences of eating bad food is. Like, if you care about someone, you want them to know what the consequences of their actions. Like, it's one of the weird addictions. Food addiction is one of the weird addictions where you're supposed to not judge the person by it, and you're also supposed to not offer up any suggestions on how they can fix that, because then you are not just judging that person, you're condemning them and their choices. And so but it is an addiction.
Right, and there's an issue because wellness means more than your feelings.
Yes.
And it's actually really, I mean, there's like, you know, with addiction medicine, they talk about enablers, right?
But also with addiction, they talk about hitting rock bottom. Like, what does that mean? You have to fail. You have to get to a point where you're so sick of the way you're living that you will make the necessary adjustments to become a healthier person.
Right.
Whether it's gambling, where you lose all your money, or drug addiction, where you almost overdose and die.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, that's rock bottom. And for a fat person, it's really got to be that.
It's going to be like, you know, a heart attack scare or something.
Right,
in
or
most
a
cases.
doctor telling you,
or,
hey,
you know,
you've got a problem with your weight.
And then that's not allowed. Like right here, she actually says, once I started to get into the territory of diagnosis, once I started playing around with the problem of diagnostic thinking, when it is only left to trained diagnosticians, that allowed me to challenge how all of us must contend with thinking diagnostically. And so it says right before that, in fact, I don't believe in giving power to the medical industrial complex and its monopoly over getting to define and determine who counts and who does not count as autistic. That's how these, like, doctors aren't allowed. And then she's right here writing.
How do they decide whether or not someone's autistic? It's not like
I have no idea.
You could check to see if
There are
someone's diabetic. You know,
I have no idea what the process is, but I assume that the people who are the doctors that study it do know.
Imagine if they didn't, we'll find this out.
Oh no. But yeah, here's the flapping thing, right?
So what is flapping exactly?
I don't know. I don't. I'm assuming it's like
actually moving in a flapping
flapping
way,
your arms
like
almost
a penguin.
Maybe, yeah.
Here we go.
We'll find
Jamie's
out.
on the fucking ball as always. When a person with autism engages in self-stimulatory behavior such as rocking, pacing, aligning, or spinning objects, or hand flapping, people around him or her, you asshole, may be confused, offended, or even frightened, also known as stimming. These behaviors are often characterized by rigid, repetitive movements and or vocal sounds.
Right. So Lydia XY Brown writes, I, as an autistic person who doesn't instinctually or innately flap my hands or arms, it was never a stim that I developed independently, will deliberately and frequently choose to flap, especially in public, in order to call attention to myself so that other people, whether autistic or not, might identify me as autistic. And it's like, this stuff is, that's a scholar. I mean, we should actually talk about freaking autoethnography, man. It's like, it's a diary entry that pretends to be sociology.
It's so strange.
It's...
Okay, I get it.
Okay. So, I mean, this is... How is that going to help disabled people?
It's not.
If disabled... What is disability studies for?
Right.
Right? How is that going to help anybody?
Well, and then also, acting. Like, what if I decided I self-diagnosed myself, even though I'm a comedian, I say a lot of words I probably shouldn't say in polite company, but I say them all the time.
Yeah.
What if I self-diagnose myself as having Tourette's? And so that when I'm out in public, I just go, cunt, cunt, I just like force myself to do it so that people recognize that I have Tourette's.
Well, you know, they would accuse you of
South
being
Park episode.
I think it is.
Cartman gave himself Tourette's.
I think it is.
It must be.
So they like put him in a hospital or something.
If you could come up with a funny premise, South Park already has an episode on it.
I wonder what would happen, actually. I mean, I'm pretty good at figuring out what theory would do. What if somebody genuinely did have Tourette's, and then part of their tick worked out to be that they said racial slurs?
Oh my God!
Like, is that like subconscious racism baked into them? Like, what would happen? I don't actually know what would happen in that case.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, it'd be baked in.
There's like
systemic racism.
There's like no resolution.
Cartman's Tourette's. Cartman pretends to have Tourette's syndrome so that he can say whatever he wants without getting in trouble. I think I remember this now. It eventually leads to trouble, and he ends up saying things he would never say. The episode's title is a play on the title of Jean-Luc Godard's 1963 film Le Petit Soldat.
That's funny.
Is that Soldat or Soldat?
I don't speak French.
I don't either.
I remembered something of this the other day, right?
Dude, that was 2007.
Dude, yeah.
God,
I mean,
they're so ahead of the curve.
They were so tapped into this stuff.
Well, if anybody is going to attack woke culture successfully, it will be South Park.
It will be comedians in general.
Yes, but
That's
South Park in
down.
particular, because they have these characters that they could speak through.
That's
and
right.
These characters don't really resemble people, so you can murder them.
Right.
You can kill them off
In every episode, yeah.
like Kenny.
Yeah.
And they have this amazing leeway.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it's going to have to be.
It's going to have to be.
I mean, so that's what I try to do. I'm trying to lay down the tracks so that people feel like they can actually get into this. And
Well, I
run
think
the trains on
through what you and Peter and Helen have done through these hoax studies, you've at least highlighted to many people that not only is this a real problem, but it's really hilarious how far they're willing to go and accepts what kind of nonsense you guys are pushing.
Exactly. And like now it's like taking over everything. So like, well, you know, what do you do?
What do you do? Because it seems like, is there going to be a peak and we're going to hit peak woke and then it's going to slide to normalcy?
I don't know societally, but I actually wrote an article I put on New Discourses the other day that I said that people need to be having conversations right now. Because I'm like kind of getting disowned by friends and family a little bit, and the question that I think people need to be asking is, where's the line? Like, because the way people reason is that they'll let themselves slide and then justify it. They call it post hoc rationalization. That's John Haidt's term. And they'll let themselves slide and then justify it. But if they state their principles up front, because I don't think a lot of people have actually done that, and say, you know, okay, I've already defended riots, but let's say that they fire, you know, all of the department heads or whatever at a university, or they fire this, or they, you know, burn that down, or whatever it is. Everybody should have a line that says, okay, wait, this is too far. And I think individuals need to start figuring out what theirs were so they can tell the story if they've already had it, like you and I have already had that. And then other people who haven't, like, we need to be talking to our friends and say, you know, I get that you think the woke movement's important and that it's doing good things. And, you know, there's some crazy stuff going on and I'm stressed about it. Where do you feel like the line is? Where do you draw the line and say it's gone too far? And it's not about getting the answer. It's actually about getting them to think about it.
Well, it's happened so quickly.
Very quickly.
And the changes are so radical, and what's acceptable and not acceptable, and what people are willing to do to people that don't toe the line. And
it's insane.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, utter destruction of life. And of people who, I mean, you're seeing immigrant stories. I'm getting emails from people whose, like, marriages, like interracial marriages are breaking up, and they're like, how do I save my husband? It's
well, the All Lives Matter firing thing is just one of the craziest ones. Like, you can't say all, like, if someone says, what do you feel about Black Lives Matter? And then you say all lives matter, you get fired from your job.
Yep.
But, you know, it's one of those things where you're being, like, obviously, all lives matter. Obviously.
Right.
But also, obviously, Black Lives Matter. So why are you so compelled to follow the narrative that if you say something that's obviously true, instead of following the narrative, you get fired? So because of that, people are willfully self-censoring, and they're changing their perspective on things because they don't want to be canceled and they don't want to be fired.
Right. So the question for me is, like, how much of that do you have to see before you start saying something has gone awry. You know,
Yes.
something's off. This isn't normal.
Right.
This isn't how we do business. You know, I keep finding myself saying, I'm on the left. Really, I don't really get on with conservative stuff, and I'm not really like patriotic, like gets. And I keep saying to myself, it's like, this is the United States of America. Why is this happening here? You know,
It's happening everywhere, though.
well, it is everywhere. At least it speaks English and I think Spanish now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where does this go? You're a smart guy. Where does this go?
We're in
Do the math.
We're
You're
in
a
a highly
mathematician.
non-linear situation. That's my math statement. So it's not actually clear because it depends on a lot of factors. Like if we have another police brutality incident against black people in the near term, that's going to be a mess.
Yeah.
It's going to be a huge mess. It's so hard to tell because like Trump is the irritant that's driving Trump derangement thing is part of what's happening. Everybody's driven crazy. Like properly, people are actually driven crazy by this. So what happens with the election tells us a lot. I tend to be optimistic in the sense that this movement is so internally contradictory. So you got I mentioned the trans and queer stuff that's on the Black Lives Matter official about page. So there's another hashtag that's Black Trans Lives Matter. And so it's like, is there an all Black Lives Matter? Is that okay to say? Because it's the same dynamic, but all of a sudden you can't say all lives matter and answer to Black Lives Matter, but can you say all Black Lives Matter and answer to Black Trans Lives Matter? And so it's like, it's internally contradictory, right? And then people are actually kind of catching on that something is not fair. Like the white fragility game is just bullshit. You just can't get around it. The systemic thing is something feels unfair about it. And, everybody being complicit in racism seems, a bit much. So there's all these kind of internal contradictions, and there's going to be these inside fights, and so it's hard to say that it's going to take over. On the other hand, we're in the closest thing that we've seen in a long time to the Chinese Cultural Revolution. They did struggle sessions. That's these cancel sessions. They made people do tearful apologies and make these. They weren't videos. It was like China in the '60s, but they, put them on a stool in public, yelled at them and humiliated them, and made them wear a hat with, like dunce hat or whatever. And that's what these cancel sessions, they're actually the same thing as struggle sessions. They're just happening on social media.
It's also signaling to all the other people that haven't been in trouble that this will happen to you if you do not comply.
And there's some psychological stuff. They say, is there a fate worse than death? There's some psychological stuff that's floating around out there that says that being completely ostracized from your group and being unable to feel like a good person in your society is so psychologically damaging that it might actually be worse than death. And so that's what people are faced with, and they're so afraid of it, which is so bad because it's just so transparently bogus, and it can't defend itself. All it does is call names. So it's hard to say where it'll go. I actually think it will. My prognosis is that it will break itself. It will just. The backlash to it, which can be reasonable and liberal, people are going to wake up and they're going to have peak woke, and they're not going to have more woke, and it will chew itself up from the inside with these fights between here's an example of a fight. 1619 Project from the New York Times. Nicole Hannah-Jones writes this, kind of fake history of the United States, saying that we're all about slavery. Slavery's everything to do with the United States in every regard from the beginning and still. And then what are they doing now, right? So there's this huge, intense fight between the black population and the indigenous population for most racially oppressed, and they both have a pretty good claim on it, right? So that genocide thing was pretty big, and then slavery was pretty big, and it's complicated. So they're fighting for status. So you had the indigenous side of that assert that black people in North America are settlers of color, which is a problem. And then you've had Nicole Hannah-Jones try to point out that lots of Native Americans held black slaves, so they were slave owners, which is a problem. So they're fighting over that, infighting for status, for the ultimate victim status. And then they've got like that trans thing's coming. I saw a video of some black woman the other day yelling about, what is this black power fist on the trans flag about? That's not what this is supposed to be about. Black people's not supposed to be about white people, trans white people putting their stuff.
I thought it was really clever that trans people jumped in and had that Black Trans Lives Matter rally.
Right.
Because it was like, you might be the only people that can get away with this right now.
That's the thing.
No one else can hop in on that. But Black Trans Lives Matter. And there was like hundreds of thousands of people because everybody felt like they had to just keep protesting.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's going to chew itself up inside, but everything that took over is going with it. Like the I don't know how long it's going to take the university to not be kind of like, I don't know about that anymore.
Well, yeah, when do they say anything like that? Particularly if they get so much massive pushback from the people that they're teaching.
Right. I mean, the number of people right now that are saying they want deferrals partly because of the COVID and online classes, they don't want to go back to college.
Yeah.
And then this stuff's blown out, and every college president's like, we're going to be a full anti-racist thing. The other thing nobody's factoring in yet is the other backlash, which is going to be law. Okay. Niagara Falls of lawsuits is coming because a bunch of people are. So like, imagine you run a business. You do run a business. So all of a sudden, this event happens. Everybody's supposed to have their statement. There's tons of social pressure to make your statement. If you don't make a statement, it's compelled, say, oh, your business didn't say something about Black Lives Matter, so you have to say something one way or the other. So everybody's making a statement. Everybody's trying to do the thing, and they don't know what to do. So I hear from a lot of people that email me about at their job, they talk to their boss, and the boss is like, well, we have to do something, and there's this. There's this program, this anti-racism program, so we have to do something, and that's the thing. And we'll just take it up. And a lot of people are successfully pushing back on that and saying, look, there are other ways. We can actually do other diversity programs than this one. And when they realize that, a lot of bosses are saying, yeah, maybe we should think a little harder about this. So everybody's acting really fast, and there's a clear moral panic going on. So people are making bad decisions, and they're opening themselves up to a lot of future litigation. Like if you're actually having an official statement or policy of your company that says something like that you believe that all white people are complicit in racism or are racists, then you've now called all your white employees racist. That's not good. That's probably discriminatory.
But do you think you can actually sue someone for that?
My point isn't whether or not you can. My point is that a lot of people are going to try.
But I think that the courts are even siding towards being more woke because it's society's cultural shift has moved in that direction.
Some yes and some no, and there's a point to that. But on the other hand, for example, if you look at the Title IX cases where those mostly boys, but it wasn't always boys, got totally railroaded in kangaroo courts. They got accused of sexual misconduct. The university ends up expelling them or whatever, the girl with a mattress or whatever that happened. And then they're suing in civil court, and they're almost all winning.
Did that kid, the mattress boy, did he sue?
I don't know if he did specifically or not, but I do know that there have been a number of civil suits.
That lady was bringing her mattress on the stage when she accepted her diploma.
I mean, it's performance art.
Yeah.
It's just performance art. It's really, like, we can't run the world on performance art, though.
Yeah. What's really strange, too, is that if you accuse someone of something and it turns out to not be true, you don't really get in trouble for that.
That's the thing.
That's a real problem.
That's a thing.
Because there's no actual repercussions for being deceptive and ruining someone's life. I have a friend who was accused of sexual assault by a woman, and it was proven that he didn't do it, and nothing ever happened to her.
You
just made some stuff up about him, and
so we got laws against revenge porn, right? Like
Yeah.
you can't like film your girlfriend or whatever, and then you break up, and then you put her on the internet to put her on blast or embarrass her or whatever.
Right.
It's against the law now. We made laws about that. I mean, this doxing stuff or these videos where they're filming people and accusing them of being racist, and it blows up their lives. Like there may have to be legislation built around that. So the question becomes, will the political will be there? And that depends on the people, and it depends on the politicians. I know your lovely state here, California, the state legislature just voted to take the anti-discrimination language out of the state constitution, which I think is a bold move. I think the people get to decide on that in the end in maybe November. But
what is the anti-discrimination language in the Constitution that they're removing?
Are you going to pull that one up? It's like Article 31 or something like that. It is unbelievable that they voted to put this up to be pulled out of the Constitution.
What was their
It's like you can't
motivation?
discriminate or favor by race. gender, sex, sexual orientation, so on and so forth.
Why would they remove that?
Because equity requires discrimination. If you listen to this guy that's blasting all over Ibram Kendi, how to be anti-racist, he even has a sentence in the book where he says that you have to evaluate everything according to whether it has racist or anti-racist outcomes. So if you have discrimination policy that says you cannot discriminate, and then that makes it so you don't have equity, then that's actually a racist policy. So they're actually equity requires...
They're advocating discrimination?
Correct, but it'll be positive discrimination. Well, it might actually be both
discrimination against white males.
It'll be discrimination for at first. Discrimination for minorities, so the equivalent of affirmative action and reparations. And then they'll add in possibly discrimination against if they aren't achieving what they're trying to.
And is this clear that this is their motivation? Is this...
I mean, they don't lie about it. They just say it all the time. Is that if you don't have equal outcomes, then the system must be. I mean, you can see how this is like putting wallpaper over a hole in your wall. If the system has unequal outcomes, it must be discrimination. So you're just gonna change the policies to make up for it. And they say it explicitly. And you see this. There's been there's a lawsuit, at least one lawsuit, in New York City where they were openly discriminating against Asian students. Like they were discriminating against Asians to make it because they're academically kicking all the ass, and so
they were making it more difficult they would have to have had a higher GPA to get in.
Yeah.
What's going on with that Harvard? There's a lawsuit with Harvard with that.
Right. I don't know where it's at though.
Yeah, that's troubling.
This is troubling stuff.
Yeah.
And I mean, I would say California does this. I don't know what happens because it's in violation of the federal laws. So, I mean, it's directly against the Title VII.
Who's pushing for that?
All of these kind of like hustlers that are getting all famous are pushing for it. But then, again, as the state legislature actually voted amongst themselves to put it up to a vote. All the more reason to move to Texas or something.
God, it's so spooky. It's like, where do they think this shit goes? It's like there's no map of the territory. There's no if we do this, then we're gonna have this kind of success in the future because we'll discriminate to the point where we reach some sort of homeostasis.
I mean,
some equality.
There are some scary.
Judge ruled for Harvard. Wow.
It's on their website. So the ruling was last October.
Okay.
Interesting. Politically motivated lawsuit brought by Edward Blum, the organization he created, Students for the Fair Admissions, wants to remove the consideration of race in college and university admissions. What's at stake? The ability of colleges and universities across the country to create the diverse communities essential to their educational missions and the success of their students. So the problem was that so many of these Asian kids were doing so well that they had a disproportionate number of Asian students, and they wanted to balance it out better.
They want more blacks and Latinos specifically. They usually say it, at least in New York City, they actually say it, that it's blacks and Latinos. They say it over and over and over again. That Asians and whites and Jews are filling all the spots, and blacks and Latinos aren't. So what you're actually looking at is they're trying to move to a space where they can put racial quotas in.
That's so crazy.
And it hurts people, right? So if you take with Harvard's hard. It's a hard school. So if you take somebody who's academically not prepared for Harvard and you stick them in Harvard, they're going to underperform. Right. And then if you would have stuck them in a school that they actually are, it matches their capabilities, then they're going to excel. That's how it works. You can't, like if we went out into the gym and we put some weights on there, right? And you're like, all right, Jim, you're going to bench 400 pounds. I'm like, no, I'm not. But it's like, you wanted to coach me, you would say, all right, we found out you can do like 190 or whatever, so we're going to push yourself, we're going to try 195. Within that little bit of a range, you can cause somebody to excel, and then within however many months or years, I'm benching 300-400 pounds. You can't just put people in hard mode and then watch them succeed. And then, again, I get these emails from people, they're telling me their story. I get this one from this black guy who said that he never had any of his work corrected. And how does he know? In his master's program. How does he know?
What?
How does he know?
In his master's program?
Yeah, so he started deliberately putting mistakes in to see if they'd correct it, and they wouldn't. They didn't correct it. Like, he was putting mistakes in on purpose, right? So he's getting A's on all these papers that he was writing that were just junk, and now he can't get a job because his skills never developed to the point where they're actually competitive. So it's like trying to help people by the wrong means hurts them.
But they don't care about the end result, right? They don't care about you getting a job. They really just care about you graduating and it looking good on their.
It's like I said, it's like putting wallpaper over a hole in the wall and considering it fixed. It's like, oh, we're just going to fix the numbers on the back end and problem solved, you know? But
if Harvard really wanted to make things equal, they would try to figure out why they're not, based on, you know, like if they have only X amount of white people and X amount of Asian people. Like, why are there less of this race or nationality than the other?
Exactly.
And let's put some study into what can be done and use all these brilliant minds figure out what can be done to make this better.
So that's the difference between critical theory and traditional theory. So you're saying we should use traditional theory, which every reasonable person in the world now knows, and they don't want to. Let me give you an idea. Like this systemic thing makes that impossible. So imagine, I'll give you an analogy that helps you understand what systemic, say racism, systemic, what this idea really means. So imagine like you and I go out for a walk down the sidewalk, right? And for whatever reason, you step on, you know, the back end of a broken bottle and you trip and you bump into me and you knock me into the road when you trip and I happen to get hit by a car and I die. Okay, so whose fault was that? Obviously, usually we'd probably say it's like no fault or whatever. But if you start looking at it the way that these scholars do, and this is actually tracking the same argument that's in the book, Being White, Being Good by Barbara Applebaum about white complicity, what happens is you could say, well, it's your fault for tripping, and it's my fault for deciding to walk on the street side versus the inside and walking right next to you instead of slightly in front of you. It's the person who drove the car's fault for, you know, maybe they were speeding, maybe they happened to have chose to go at that time. Maybe the doctor called and they had to run out of the house, so the doctor's now got some complicity in the situation. The kid who broke the bottle last night after he had a couple of beers, well, it's his fault, so he's complicit. But then if you go all the way to this systemic understanding where you're just looking at the back end, the wallpaper over the hole in the wall, it would be saying, well, we live in a culture where people drive cars and drink beer. We live in a culture that supports cars and beer. Everybody that supports car culture, everybody who supports the economy that allows people to afford cars, everybody who supports the culture that would allow beer to exist is also somehow complicit. That's actually the same argument that the white complicity and racism book makes. Everybody, car culture is to blame for me getting hit by that car. And so you can see it makes it impossible to figure out where moral responsibility actually lies because it puts it on everybody. And it makes it impossible to see what the actual causes are. Another story I had from similar to this was from University of Michigan. There's this program called STRIDE, and it's supposed to fix for these disparities. And so I'm talking to somebody, and he's talking about hiring, academic hiring, and he says, okay, the way the STRIDE program looks at it, for whatever reason, men have twice as many of this as women, whatever the thing is. And so STRIDE says, okay, so if a woman applies, you count the number, if a man and a woman apply, you count the number the man has, you double the number the women have. And I said, hang on a second, wait a minute. Do you know why that number is different? And he said, no. Nobody knows why it's different. It just is. So we're just going to double it. And I said, but some of that might be discrimination and some of it might not. And I would agree with you that we should consider making up for the part that is discrimination. So maybe it's half of that is discrimination, so you add something, but you don't double it because some of it might be something different. And you don't know. And he was like, well, what else could it be? Right? So this systemic thinking prevents you from being able to start thinking of what the real causes, the real problems are. So it's fixing your hole in your wall by just like, let's just put up some wallpaper, you know?
But systemic thinking right now is very popular.
It's so hot. It's everything.
Yes, they love saying it too because it sounds good.
And it's religious. I mean, it's a spiritual thing, right?
Yeah.
There's a system. It works in mysterious ways.
And it does in a lot of ways.
It works. I mean, this comes back to, if we look at the book, Michel Foucault's philosophy, power and politics work through everybody constantly by the way that we speak about things, by the way that we think about things. So you have this kind of like vague mystical sense of how society works, is that it's operating through everybody and everybody's complicit and tied into it.
Well, I don't have a problem with them being wrong.
Me
I don't
either.
have a problem with, but I do have a problem that this stuff can't be questioned.
Right.
And that if you even bring it up, you get insulted, and you know you're probably going to get attacked now.
That's right. You know what else I have a problem with is that they come in and they sell you something like anti-racism or diversity or inclusion or equity, and they don't tell you really what it means. It just sounds good, right? And so that's why I'm writing that encyclopedia. My opinion, you know, I am a firm believer that people should be able to believe what they want. They should be able to, within not injuring people or whatever, do what they want. We should have freedom, a lot of freedom. And so I think that people, though, should be able to know what they're signing up for.
Mhm.
And this language is so tricky. They've really engineered the language to be so tricky that people think, oh, anti-racism, that sounds really good, so let's do it. And it actually, like, the definition of it is a lifelong commitment to self-reflection, self-critique, and social activism. It's ongoing and no one is ever done. That's actually the definition.
Isn't that kind of what's wrong with a lot of this woke shit? Is that we're monkeying around with definitions and language. We're
That's right.
changing. We're changing language.
Right.
We're screwing with what things actually mean to the point where everything gets very vague and confusing. And to challenge it,
That's right.
you're ostracized.
That's right. Everything, like when you hear like Antifa talk about fascism,
Yeah.
everybody's a fascist, everybody's a Nazi now. What they actually, like, if you dig in and figure out what the word fascism means, it actually means a functioning society. Because it has to have, like, police, it has to have order, it has to have, an economy that functions. It means not anarchy. Because anything that could lead to a total fascist state equals fascism in the present, according to the way they think about it. That comes, again, from that Herbert Marcuse guy who wrote this. They wrote it explicitly in Repressive Tolerance in 1965. We live in a perpetual state of emergency now that fascism has entered the world. So everything that could produce fascism is fascism.
Sure.
And it's like that. I'm sorry, man. That's fucking lunatic. It's just not real.
What? Yeah, but how does this get corrected if you can't criticize it? That's the real issue, right? If it's happening at the university level, but it's not being questioned at the university level, so there's no real debate. So how does this ever get corrected? It seems like it has to get out into the world, and then by then the fire is so big, there's not enough hoses to put it out.
That's right. That's actually kind of the way this has worked, is that they've got so many people thinking this way, it's hard to put the fires out. But the answer is not going to be very palatable. The name calling has to lose its credit, not all the way, to some degree. So, like you and I were talking about earlier, was it feminism? Was it Black Lives Matter? If somebody calls me a racist, I don't freak out. I stay calm and I say, what do you mean by that? Right? And so they say, oh, well, systems, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, I'm not. There are definitions that say things like there's only racist and anti-racist. There's no such thing as not racist. Like, screw you, I'm not racist.
That is crazy.
Just move on. Like, so
when did anti-racist rear its head? That seems a fairly new expression, but it's getting tossed around like a beach ball at a concert.
It became big just in the last few years off of a couple of these authors like Ibram Kendi and Robin DiAngelo, who dedicate a lot of their work to it. DiAngelo's book that's relevant was 2018, and Kendi's was, I think I have to check, 2019 for his How to Be an Anti-Racist. He has an older one.
This is the same lady that wrote the White Fragility
That
book.
is White Fragility I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. that is from 18.
I mean, she has other, it's 2018. She has other books that are even crazier, like What Does It Mean to Be White?
Oh, so she's a hustler.
She's a big-time hustler. She has this paper I actually found. Somebody sent it to me the other day. This is a real paper, and it's called something about the racial cray-cray, white neurosis and the racial cray-cray from 2013. Like, you can find it if you Google that name.
The racial cray-cray.
Racial cray-cray. Nobody believe, like, it's one of the most insane things I've ever read. It's got these sections, like, in the paper, introduction or whatever, and then at the beginning of each one, it's like they just make something up, like this weird rant, and then it ends in a poem, and it says that white people and white supremacy cause a racial cray-cray in white people, and then white racial cray-cray causes other people to have to live with racial cray-cray, so they get racial cray-cray too. I'm not making that up. That's real.
White supremacy is another one that's getting chucked around quite a bit lately.
It's because they've changed the definition.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? Some things, and so I'm gonna point out. This is actually from an administrative body set up by the state legislature of Washington in January, called the Equity Task Force. And you know what they said was white supremacy coming through their mouths as they said it? Keeping a meeting agenda, staying on a schedule. There's a 2017 paper by Allison Bailey that talks about
those specific things?
Those specific things.
Keeping a meeting scheduled?
Yes, a schedule and agenda. So there's actually something that I read a year or so ago because of the schedule thing, that wearing a wristwatch, because that means you care about time and being on time, is white supremacy. White supremacy is believing that the society that white people created, which means science, reason, logic, civility, rule of law, democracy, that's good. That's the definition of white supremacy. So if somebody calls me a white supremacist, once you know that...
But is that all white society? Isn't that Egyptian as well?
I mean not the way they think about it.
Oh.
All they care about is the way that the white Western men following the Enlightenment started to use this to oppress people.
Oh, God. Watch is white supremacy.
Watch is white supremacy. So this Alison Bailey woman has this paper where she literally, the point of the paper is to say anything that disagrees is anything that disagrees is somebody just trying to keep their privilege. She calls it privilege preserving epistemic pushback. That's a real term. And so in the paper, though, she says that the master's tools in philosophy, that's slavery, right? That's white supremacy. The master's tools that maintain white supremacy are like philosophical soundness, epistemic adequacy, which means knowing what you're talking about, science, reason. Like, that's what they think white supremacy is. Science is white supremacy. That's why you have to redo chemistry and make chemistry woke. Because
this is being taught in schools, so people are paying money to learn this.
Correct. And in that legislative entity in Washington, their equity task force, they defined equity. Like, when I say equity, you probably have, what do you think? You think something like equality, something different, a little bit, something, but you have that vague sense of equality. They said it equals disrupt plus dismantle. Tear down the system. And then they also said the point of this body is to set this up. That was their official definition, by the way. And the point of this body is to establish this administrative entity for 50 years for the state of Washington.
Jim, you hurt my head.
Dude, I'm telling you. I'll tell you the truth. Since these riots broke out, I've actually been much calmer. For about the last 6 to 8 months, I've been literally having my right eyelid twitch, like constantly, all the time. I even had it twitching in my sleep, to where the muscle that causes your eyelid to like flutter got cramps. That sucked.
What do you think that's from?
It was from knowing that this shit was happening and nobody having any way to see it. And I was trying to write this website as fast as I could. I wrote like 200,000 words on new discourses from Christmas till like the riots broke out. It was like, I'm trying to tell the world about this.
At least more people are listening.
That's what I'm very hopeful about.
It was a thing that you were talking about a few years ago, and people were like, why are you wasting your time on this nonsense?
Right.
This will never be a factor in the real world.
Incorrect.
Incorrect.
Yeah. That's why we started writing this book, was to explain that to people, because we were getting gaslit. I mean, we were getting told by philosophers that we just didn't know what we were talking about. And then Helen wasn't going to have that, and she was like, I'll just write a book and tell them. Helen's our machine gunner, man.
I need to meet her.
Oh,
but she
she's
can't.
great.
She can't come over here from the UK, right?
Not now. Not with these viruses and stuff.
Back then, she couldn't when we did our first podcast.
That's right.
Together. I'd love.
She
to meet
could
her.
if, like, the virus and health and stuff get associated.
God, I hope it clears up.
She's the most perfectly principled and clear person I think I've ever worked with. She's a marvel.
That's a hell of a statement.
Yeah. Well, she said that I'm the least sexist person she's ever worked with, which I think is also pretty good.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
What did you do to purge your obvious innate?
I just treat people's ideas as ideas. So the reason she said that was because I didn't there's a thing called benevolent sexism where you're too nice to women, and I just don't do it.
Benevolent sexism. Interesting. Like you hold doors open and shit like that?
Correct.
You piece of shit. She could hold the door open herself.
Yeah, well, I mean...
What about if you hold doors open for men only?
I mean...
Then you seem like a sexist, too.
That's right. Double bind. You're damned if you do,
you're
damned if you don't.
You're double fucked there, right?
That's right. So you have to see, see race, but if you see race, you're racist.
Right, because if you say, I'm only holding doors open for men, they're like, what kind of piece of shit sexist are you?
Exactly.
No, I'm not a sexist, so I don't hold doors open for women because they can do it themselves.
So here's Helen's example of a perfect double bind, but it's race, it's not sex, but it could work exactly the same. She says, imagine that you have a store, and a shopkeeper's there, and a black customer and a white customer are both in the store at the same time, and the shopkeeper goes up to help one person first. So if they go, and this is what critical race theory, this is how it analyzed what happens. So if the shopkeeper goes to the white person first, it would say that's clear racism, white favoritism, and make the black person wait. But if it went to the black person first, it would say it's clear racism because you wanted to get the black person out of the store faster.
Oh boy.
That's literally how critical race theory would operate with that, because
Damned if you do.
Well, one of the tenets of critical race theory is that racism is ordinary, not aberrational in United States society, and it is not. The question is no longer, did racism take place? For that is to be assumed, but rather, how did racism manifest in that situation? So I quoted Robert DiAngelo for that. So the belief is that racism is in literally every interaction, and it's up to the critical race theorist. That's the critical race theorist's job, is to find it, even if you have to make it up, like master bedroom.
God, I think the master bedroom thing was voluntary. I think someone just in that business said we probably shouldn't.
It
say
blew
master
up on
bedroom
Twitter
anymore.
about a month ago, because I live on Twitter, as you know. I've
Yes.
basically neoed into the Twitter matrix. And
you ever take days off?
Yeah, no. I mean, not really lately, because it's like, if my eyelids are twitching because the world's going to end, man, what are you going to do? But if, Mike, the filmmaker, came to visit, and we went hiking and stuff, and it was days off. We were talking about this stuff, but we were out in the woods and, doing normal stuff. I try to get out. I mean, with the pandemic, I don't really, but I try to get out. Usually I have my trip to China every year in 2 weeks, and it's just, no work. So some, but not much, especially right now, man. It's not good to be one of the few people who's actually I'm watching the train wrecking, and everybody's like, what's happening?
That's the thing, is that you're willing to call it for what it is, which is a very dangerous game right now.
That's right.
It's a very dangerous game, because
most people
don't want to hear that.
I can do it because I actually know what I'm talking about. So when they come back at me, I quote their own literature at them, and usually they don't know their literature as well as I do, because I've read all this crap. I've read a lot of it over and over again. I've read DiAngelo's book twice. I've read,
It's a heavy burden you've got in your head.
Oh, dude, it's not a good place. I mean, I keep trying to tell people are like, oh, you're a grifter, you're trying to no, it's actually, I want to make myself irrelevant by making this go away, and then I want to retire. That's it. That's all I want in life.
That grifter term gets used really inappropriately all the time. Anybody who doesn't disagree with someone is a grifter, particularly if you disagree with someone who has a right-wing philosophy, or a left-wing philosophy.
You don't even have to make money to be a grifter. I made $0 for the vast majority of the time. I make a little on Patreon now, so I can't say it anymore, but I made $0 for the majority of the time that I've done this, and people are calling me a grifter because I was getting Twitter followers. Twitter followers are somehow value or something.
There is some value to it.
I mean, you can monetize a little bit, or you can I guess I could put my dark plans in. I don't even know
Do
what
you have dark plans.
No, my whole thing is I don't want to tell people what to do.
Right.
All these people come to me.
You
and
also don't want people telling you what to do, and
Correct.
You see that they're doing this.
Correct. And so it's people come to me and they're like, "How do I live?" And I'm like, "Man, I will tell you the truth. I actually think I have a pretty good handle on how I live, but I don't know your circumstances. I don't know your story, so I don't know how to tell you what to live. I know some principles are good. I'm real big on authenticity. Real big on authenticity. I actually should write something about authenticity that's clear. accessible for people. I think people should be authentic. I think you should take the time to learn who you are. Take the time. It's not easy.
It's not easy, and it's best done through struggle, in
That's
my
right.
opinion.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. You have to go wrestle up against some stuff. You have to be told where you're failing. You have to be told where you suck.
Yeah, you have to have a discipline.
Right.
Usually, there's something about doing a thing that lets you know who you are.
I mean, it's not for everybody, so I can't say it, but the martial arts have been great for that for me. They have been for you.
Yeah.
It works for a lot of people.
Some people, I mean, you don't have to do that, though. Running, yoga, anything.
Exactly.
But find a discipline, and it's really push
Something.
yourself. When you push yourself, you find out. You find out where you're going to quit. You find out your shortcomings. You find out where your where your demons are, where the skeletons are in your head.
That's right. And, ideally it needs to be something that bounces off of reality.
Yeah.
Right? You can't, if it's just going in reading and writing stuff, that's how you can go pretty far out into la la land.
Right.
So you need to bounce it off reality. I used to say that I used to work a lot in my garden, and I would say that I suck at gardening, by the way. But philosophers need to get their hands in the soil because you can't lie about it. You feel it, you smell it, it's heavy. I'm from Tennessee, so it's like sticky clay. You can't get it off you. And it's like, and that earth smell is that, and it's like wet, and it's like it's real, and you're sweating, and it's like, you can't, reality won't lie to you.
Right.
And that's where this is so, my answer to this problem is we need to remember that objective principles work, and that we need to defer to reality not lying to us. Because we can lie to ourselves all day. We can lie to ourselves and say that Fallon Fox is exactly the same as the people whose heads she literally beat in, and then went on Twitter and bragged about how it was fun to crack that person's skull.
Yeah.
That she derived enjoyment from that. You can go on Tumblr or Twitter and deconstruct your identity and become a completely different person. But reality doesn't lie to you. It never lies to you. Right? The only thing that lies is your lived experience, your interpretation of your lived experience of reality. So I think that people need to do that. Do something hard. Try to build a thing. And when it falls down, because it will, try again. I tried getting into blacksmithing for a little while, a year or so ago. I made a couple of little knives, really little knives, because I only had a little tiny forge, so they're really little, embarrassingly little, but it's just fooling around, But the steel doesn't lie.
Right.
And when you drop the steel, like I did one time, and it's yellow, whatever it touches catches on fire. And that doesn't lie either, right? So it's like you have to, I think people need more reality. You need to unplug.
Yeah, that's a problem with just thinking, right? Just thinking, and then also expounding upon those thoughts in front of other people that are also just thinking, and you're all doing it together. You need some sort of a tangible physical discipline to go along with that.
Right.
That's sort of tempers you.
I think that's exactly right. And something that's, a long practice that makes yoga or martial arts or running to get good at it. That's really great because, you're going to have pitfalls, and you're going to have to learn to struggle and overcome. You're going to develop a little bit of stoicism is going to come with just to get through.
Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah.
You have to. Because I've had matches before where I went on and I was all hot shot or whatever back when I used to do sport karate, and somebody just kicked me in the side of the head, and I was unconscious, and that's just the end of that. And it's you got to reassess your cockiness real fast.
Yes.
Once you get your head kicked so hard you get knocked out. I didn't even see the kick. I just woke up later, So it's something like that where you're going to have these pitfalls. Or I had, when I was learning the martial arts I train now, I had a really long period of time where what we called it was a knowledge use gap. I could do the forms or whatever. I could practice the techniques, and I could do them what looked to be accurate. But when I tried to do them on a person, it didn't work. Right? Until it works on a person, it doesn't work.
Right.
Right. I even said this on Twitter this morning. I think we need to have an ethic in the our culture needs to start remembering an ethic that your education, whether it's school or whether it's training or whatever it is worth what you can build with it. It's not worth anything more than what you can build. So if you go to trade school and you end up building some great business empire, your education was good. And if you go to university and get a PhD and do a couple postdocs and all you can do is whine and complain and you can't do anything productive, your education wasn't good. And it doesn't, you immediately remove these weird elite credentialing things from that. It's what can you do with it that proves whether or not it was good in the world.
Mm.
I think we need to kind of remember it's like a pragmatic thing, right? What can you do with this?
Right, and some people that can only teach the same thing that they learned.
Right.
And that becomes a problem because then you're so indoctrinated in the system and you're just sort of perpetuating the same shit that got you to where you are and just keep making it more and more significant, more and more important in terms of the way you describe it to people.
Right. So we look at this stuff that they're trying to do with like education. One of the big movements now is to take tests out of our schools.
Yeah, what's that about?
Well, they don't want a test that can show that their stuff failed.
Mm.
Right? They say that's not what they say, but that's what it is.
They also don't want competition between students.
Exactly. They want in particular the test scores don't come out equal across all identity groups. Therefore, the test must be racist.
Racist towards Asians.
Apparently, yeah. Yeah,
they're the master race when it comes to school.
Yeah, we all got to practice our Mandarin if this keeps up.
Do you have hope?
I always have hope. I am.
You do?
I mean, I am actually naively optimistic generally. I don't really, it's more like this. It's not even that. I don't have time for people who are pessimistic whiners. Even if this is the fucking end of the world, I'm not going to act like it is. I'm not giving up. If these people guillotine me in the end, then fine. But I'm not. I see no value in saying, "Oh, it's hopeless," right? So I'm an atheist. We talked about that. And I would have actually said that last year, if I was writing my memoir, was finding faith. And I don't have faith in God. It didn't happen. Sorry, Christian friends, it just didn't happen. But there is the ability to have faith in that if you do the work and that if you get yourself organized and you put your effort in on a program that can actually achieve a result, that you can. Again, like jiu-jitsu is a really great example. I mean, everybody who trains jiu-jitsu gets humbled. But the deal is, if you go to a qualified jiu-jitsu instructor, whether it's a Gracie, whether it's one of these other, there's lots of them now that are really good. They have a program that you can have faith in because it reliably produces black belts who can basically kill everybody, right? And so you can have faith. Like you're going to go, and for years you're going to suck. You're going to get choked out. You're going to get you're going to get beat by. You're going to be a purple belt and get choked by a white belt who got a good move on you at some point. And you're going to have a bad day afterwards. It's going to come up sometimes, or some tricky kid that knows some wrestling is going to throw you, and you're like, how did this happen? It's going to happen. But if you have faith in that system, then you can also get there. So that qualified faith is there. And so I actually think that the principles we've laid down, for example, in our country work. Let's defer to the evidence. Let's defer to a rule of law, knowing that we have a democratic process where we can remake the law as we need to, hopefully incrementally and not through some stupid revolution, and that can work. So I have to be hopeful because I know the thing can work if we're willing to kind of stand up for it and remember it.
I'm hoping that with all this looting and the chaos and the smashing things and the riots and the people like we were talking earlier before the show about this guy who was at a protest in Provo, Utah, and he was just trying to honk his horn and get through, and they shot into his car.
That's madness.
It's crazy.
That's madness.
It's crazy. And I'm hoping that this stuff is going to alarm people to the point where they start recognizing where this is going.
That's what I'm saying with peak woke.
Yeah, tearing down.
Like, if that's being, like, for me, so much, I mean, I was already past peak woke, but, like, a real moment of wake-up call, like, this, there have been moments where this stuff has flared up in the past, and you're like, oh, it's going to die down. Not this time. And what it was watching the media lie. Watching the media defend stuff that's just not defensible, right? And it's like, okay, so this is a thing. I don't actually expect your average citizen to, like, I don't expect people to know a damn thing. It's hard. Life's hard. You go work your ass off. You come home. You don't have time to learn everything in the universe. But if you have a job in, like, media, or if you're in the government, or you're like a college I expect something out of you, And I think we all have a right to expect something out of you. So when you have some guy on the media yelling that where does it say anywhere for protests to have to be peaceful, it's in the First Amendment. You actually should probably know that. I expect something out of you. So we've got to, there's actually a crisis, we could call it of expertise if you want, but there's a crisis of being able to recognize that people, are being held to an expectation of quality. And I think the internet has facilitated it. I think the incentives around, like hot takes, go viral, whereas nuanced analysis doesn't go viral.
Well, that hot take on where does it say that protests have to be peaceful? It's like, Jesus Christ, man, what are you talking about? And who are you pandering to with this?
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Like,
it's so, but even the way he said it was so disingenuous. Like,
oh, I know.
You could tell he was just saying it for the reaction, saying it for the fact that at this time, there's a lot of people that are interested in stirring shit up and getting real change, and they think that through these violent protests, as long as it's not affecting them personally, through these violent protests, some good will result.
Right.
But it's not. That's not the only way to do it.
No.
And it's also not in the Constitution.
That's right. And I remember, Martin Luther King wrote the thing, and he said that the riots are the voice of the utterly voiceless, of the frustrated person.
Of the unheard. Yeah.
Of the unheard, that's right. And I get that, man. I
but
get it.
He also said that I don't want to misquote him, so we should probably get the exact quote, but there's more to that quote.
Right.
It doesn't stop there.
Right, exactly. And I understand, like, with the COVID, the whole thing, I understand that massive frustration, and I understand, but I expect my journalists, I expect my politicians, I expect my university presidents to be able to make clear statements that side with civil society. You can even say, I recognize that outburst. I acknowledge
the
outburst.
Anger that they will experience from people that disagree with them is so much stronger than the support that they will experience from people that do agree with them.
That's the problem.
What was the full Martin Luther King quote? Was it the riot is the voice of the unheard? Is that what it was? There's more to it where he's talking about.
I mean, he was a very nuanced.
Yes.
A very nuanced writer.
But he was talking about the dangers of.
Speaking of Martin Luther King, you know what I actually think? You want to know what's my biggest conspiracy theory?
Yes.
I think that the movie Black Panther was a hoax on woke people.
What's the movie Black Panther?
You know the movie Black Panther, like the big Marvel movie.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
That was a hoax?
I think so.
Oh, come on.
No, it's a hoax. Because first of all, they were all in about it, right? They loved it, absolutely loved it. They're calling their own stuff.
But it was
like
a good movie.
It was a good movie. I liked it. I actually liked that film.
So how was it a hoax?
It was a hoax on woke people specifically.
Oh, okay.
See, I'm a master at hoaxes of woke people, as you will know.
Right.
The story actually is an allegory for Martin Luther King versus Malcolm X. So King T'Challa is Martin Luther King, and Eric, the bad guy, the fake Black Panther, is Malcolm X. And he gets in power, and he starts changing all the rules, and he's, there will not be the fight anymore. I'm just the king, and the whole thing, right? And then what happens is they have the big epic fight at the end, and the Martin Luther King side wins, and then there's the morality tale at the end that tells why. So I actually think it was a movie that's an allegory that repudiates radicalism in favor of Martin Luther King's message. And then the woke people went nuts for it.
Did you find that quote, the full quote?
Sidetracked with Black Panther.
Oh, sorry.
It's a good movie.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
The part with the car, I love that. There it is. But in the final analysis, a riot is the language of the unheard. And what is it that America has failed to hear? It has failed to hear that the plight of the Negro poor, I'm not even allowed to say that in this context, has worsened over the last last few years. It has failed to hear that the promises of freedom and justice have not been met. It has failed to hear that large segments of white society are more concerned about tranquility and the status quo than about justice, equality, and humanity. And so in a real sense, our nation's summers of riots are caused by our nation's winters of delay. And as long as America postpones justice, we stand in the position of having these recurrences of violence and riots over and over again. Social justice and progress are the absolute guarantors of riot prevention.
That's what.
See, I actually agree with that. Yes. One of the things I've been saying is, for all along, is that I'm actually against the social justice movement, the woke social justice movement, which is formally in the literature called critical social justice. I'm against that because I am for social justice.
Actual
social justice. If
yes.
you want to solve those problems that he's talking about, you actually have to understand them. You don't put wallpaper over the hole.
Right.
You actually have to understand them. And if you just wallpaper over it, that's the delay, right?
Yes.
And so
yes.
you have to understand, like, what are the actual things contributing to these problems, creating these problems? I don't know what the answers are. I don't know what's causing them. Maybe some of it is prejudice, some of it's discrimination, some of it's cultural discrimination, like not valuing each culture, that, you know, cultural values the same way or whatever.
It's also the echoes of the suppressive past. I mean, how
there's that, yeah, definitely. You don't just come back from that, right?
Right. It was the most. I mean, slavery. The fact that slavery took place 150 years ago.
Right.
That.
Well, even more recently, you know, that they're not wrong to bring up things like redlining and white flight and like all these things that economically dispossess. That's within living memory.
Right.
That's, I mean, like grandpappies and stuff are.
Yes.
That's them.
Yes.
You know, so the wealth, when they make the argument about accumulated wealth, what the average accumulated wealth of a white family versus the average accumulated wealth of a black family, there's something there, right? We should expect that there's something there, and we should be trying to understand that and then trying to figure out actual solutions to those problems, right? But like when you take the analysis, say, of the guy who started critical race theory, his name's Derek Bell, first African-American tenured professor at Harvard Law, real pessimistic guy. He actually said that he said that Brown versus Board of Education, which desegregated schools, was done so that white people could feel better about themselves, and then to open up black people to new problems like having to face discrimination in schools. Whoa. Like real pessimistic. But in 1992, okay, get your head on 1992. 1992, he wrote a book called Faces at the Bottom of the Well, and what he said is that black society is the faces at the bottom of the well, and white, he says right in the first page, even the poorest, most, you know, downtrodden, awful situation white person always knows that they can have status by looking down at the face at the bottom of the well. Okay, I was in 1992. I was impoverishing my parents with Michael Jordan gear, right? I'm not looking down to Michael Jordan. In 1992, Oprah Winfrey, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, these were like the things, right? Dave Chappelle was even doing like Oprah Winfrey had so much money. Don't you think that
they're outliers in a sense? If you look at like the way the
of course.
culture treats black people in general as an idea.
But that's not what he said.
Right.
He said that all of black society is the face at the bottom of the well.
Right, but he doesn't mean like
no.
entertainers and the tiniest.
That's how they get you. They do mean what they say. I have to take, after reading this stuff for so many years, I have to take them at their word. And the game that they play is to play off of they can't really mean that, instinct. Derek Bell's held the position that desegregating the schools was bad because it just allowed racism to maintain in another direction. Derek Bell introduced a concept called interest convergence that says that anytime black people get more rights, it was because it was also in the interest of white people, so it was actually an act of racism. So if you become anti-racist, this is literal. If you become anti-racist, there's books about this. If you become anti-racist according to their demands for you to become anti-racist, that was in your best interest. It turns you into a good white progressive, or a good white liberal. There are entire books. There's a book by Shannon Sullivan, a major scholar, called Good White People, that just rails on this. Robin DiAngelo says that she thinks that white progressives and white liberals are the worst form of upholding white supremacy. The worst form, because they don't believe that they're as racist as they actually are. She says, in fact, that she defines a white progressive as somebody who thinks they're less racist or not racist, and that's the worst kind of white supremacist.
So there's no escaping racism in her eyes.
None. It's not a choice between anti-racism and racism. It's a choice between anti-racism, it's a choice between racists who will admit it and racists who are too fragile to admit it. That's actually her theory. And then because of this interest convergence thesis of Derek Bell, which is at the core of critical race theory to this day, anything a white person does, according to the theory, I don't agree with this, anything a white person does to help a black person also raises their own moral standing and is therefore in their own interest and was therefore a racist act. Whoa.
There's no getting out of that one.
So it's like, again, this is supposed to cause healing. This is supposed to solve problems. It says that the problem, I mean, Derek Bell explicitly says in Faces Upon the Well that racism is permanent, that it cannot be fixed. So what the hell I'm an optimist. Why are we doing that?
Well, that's just one individual, right? But did he have a solution that instead of desegregation, what was his alternative?
His general alternative was to constantly wage a critical war against white people and whiteness.
Forever.
Yes.
Until...
The way that they believe that white supremacy and whiteness can be taken out of society is to completely, in a full-on revolution, remake society from the bottom up. That's in their literature all over the place. You can't get rid of whiteness until you get rid of all vestiges of white society. And that level of revolution is what's inspiring these frickin' riots.
Do they know about him and his work, or is this just a continuation of the
who's
idea?
They?
The people that are involved in, like, Antifa? And
Some of them would. He's quite famous. All of the scholars would. Every critical race scholar would. He is the founder of critical race theory. He is the guy. Barack Obama talked very positively about him. I was a big fan of Obama, still am a big fan of Obama, so I'm not like cracking on Obama to say that, but he was a big fan of Derek Bell's. And I think maybe even Derek Bell was one of Obama's teachers, but I don't know that for sure in his law work. So, and again, I don't know that for sure, but they were definitely friends, and he definitely, very publicly.
He had some weird friends. He was friends with one of those guys that was in the Weathermen.
Well, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
They're not irrelevant to this either still. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Derek Bell is central to critical race theory. He's not just some guy. Every scholar would know him. Everybody is like the guy who's taking notes at church. That person knows Derek Bell. Derek Bell's that big of a figure.
Do you see this moving in any one particular direction? Do you see it like with the retaking of Chaz? Do you see things like dying off? Do you see this as being non-sustainable?
I don't think it's sustainable. It takes too much energy. What I think it is, okay, so I've described it before pretty publicly as a Trojan horse. So you know the story of the Trojan horse, right? So they wheel up the horse, and what's inside is assassins. So they bring it in, and they open up from the inside, come out, kill the guards, open the gate, and then the army can come through. This is a Trojan horse full of bureaucrats. So what they do is they go fill in administrations, and then they fill in HR departments, and then they start making policy changes at those levels so that everybody's stuck playing by their rules. In a lot of cases, there aren't necessarily that many of them, and you actually can push them out. It's not that many. You could actually, in a lot of organizations, you will get sued. They will bring a suit, and they'll fire you. I get these emails from guys who are in businesses. I don't know if they're guys, actually. Some of them aren't. But they're CEOs in particular, and they say, well, a lot of times they're just people in the office, and you know how they are. And so they come in and they ask for a promotion, and you know they're going to make trouble if you don't give it to them. So it's just easier to give it to them and kind of let them do the thing. And it's like, we really need to stop getting bullied.
Do you think that part of this, the movement, and why it's so, like with Antifa in particular, and the looting and all the craziness in the streets, because people aren't working? So it's like there's so many more people that have the time to do this. And so it really refuels, it's like dry wood on a fire.
That's right. I think that's part of it. I mean, I think the conditions at the moment are particularly good for having manifested this to the level that it manifested in reality.
I'm worried it's going to stoke the fire of racism in a lot of people.
I mean,
the people that were on the fence or that were racist that maybe could be coaxed over to a more reasonable position will now be upset.
I think that's right. There's a real fear of it. If you
It was such a wonderful surprise when this beautiful bouquet arrived.
You just tell people that they're racist no matter what.
Yes.
And some of them are just going to accept it.
Or there's no way out.
Now, I will tell you, I am friends with people from all over the spectrum, right? Except woke. They've now all written me off. And I have some pretty far right-wing friends. They are not racists. by any normal definition of the word. But of course, under woke, they have to be because everybody is. They are saying things like the word racist doesn't mean anything to me anymore. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be racist. I'm going to just keep acting the way that I was acting, which is not racist. But I'm not going to, if somebody calls me racist, it doesn't mean anything to me anymore. I'm just going to keep acting the way I was acting. I already wasn't racist. I'm just going to keep going. And they're basically going to try to just step out of the language game. I don't think most people will do that, but there will be a contingent, and this is where your fears are valid, where that's going to happen. But some of them are going to grab onto that identity, and they're going to latch onto it. And of course, what does the theory say? Critical race theory says that everybody's a racist and is just hiding it under a mask, and so if they start acting racist, they were racist all along. And they do this to people in their jobs. I know people who disagree with woke stuff who have applied for jobs, and there's these professional forums, and then people set it up, and they say, we're going to, he's associated with this or associated with that, so we can't hire him, make sure he's not going to get an academic job. And I've actually seen screenshots people sent me of the texts where the point is that we make sure he can't get an academic job, so he has to take a job with some right-wing outlet. Then we call him a conservative, and he's done.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Right. And it's like, at some point you just realize, oh, this is bullshit. And then once you realize it's bullshit, you're sort of free of it.
Well, what you realize is it actually is a culture war.
Correct.
It
actually
really is.
I don't know. One of my more controversial beliefs right now is that we might actually be in a second civil war already. In the sense, though, that it's being fought in information and in culture, not in hot war.
Which one's the Union?
The liberals, not left, like left and right Democrat, Republican, but like the people who believe in like what the Constitution, and I'm not
actual
saying
free speech,
yeah,
free discourse.
Correct.
Yeah, but there's not that many of them. Or if they are, they're being silent.
I think there are actually a lot of them, and they're being silenced. I think there's
silenced
a very
is the right word, right?
They are being silenced.
Yeah.
They're afraid to speak up, and I know because they email me and tell me things like, I have a fake account that I follow you on Twitter, or I come and look at your Twitter, but I can't follow you.
Yes.
I can't like your stuff. I get offers to write things sometimes, and then they get taken back because I'm like too controversial or something.
Where I get really cynical is when I see corporations go woke. And I'm like, you guys aren't doing this because you're ethical people. You're doing this because this is where the profit is.
That's where the money is. So now we've found my fourth and fifth Black Lives Matter, right? So I said there are 5.
Yes.
Number 4 is the Antifa guys. Number 5 is the woke Black Lives Matter. Or sorry, corporate Black Lives Matter. Corporate Black Lives Matter is, I mean, capitalism always wins.
Yeah.
They're going to go where they see the least liability and where they see the most likelihood to, generate profit. And I'm not going to say that I don't support capitalism in general, but I don't support the exploitation of a movement based in pain and fear to sell T-shirts or shoes or whatever else.
Yeah, that's what gets really weird. It's like and again, this is the cynical part of me, admittedly, but I see what they're doing, and I don't believe them. I don't ever. Anytime a corporation is putting out some sort of a message, I think that they're thinking about their bottom line.
And I think there's a good side to that and a bad side. There's a cynical side, and there's also the side that money is one of those neutral things. Like Michael Jordan has that documentary just came out recently about him, and one of the things they show in that is where he got pushed into make a statement about something or another, and he quoted, I don't remember the exact quote, but it's like conservatives buy shoes too.
Yes.
So it's like there's an equalizer there.
And people are mad at him for that.
They got really mad at him, and they're mad at him again for that. But there's an equalizer there, right? Money doesn't care what color you are.
Right.
And so there's an equalizer side. But corporations are there to make money. That's their point. And so they're going to go whichever direction seems to work that way. What I would urge any corporation people out there watching right now to consider is that there will be litigation attempted in the other direction, and you may be opening yourself up to liability in the attempt to avoid liability. So, weigh your options more carefully.
God damn it, James.
God damn it.
Is there anything else you want to go over before we get out of here? I think we're at like the 3-hour mark, aren't we? Yeah.
What could we say that would like absolutely end both of our careers so we
can
just
did it.
So we can go like Thelma and Louise into the canyon?
I don't think it's going to end our careers, because I think one of the things that is very important for people like you and people like me now is to be that person who points things out that are logical and reasonable. And when you hear your words, you know, well, you're not a bigot, you're not a racist, you're not a sexist, you're not homophobic, you're not transphobic. You're just a person using logic, and you're standing up to this ideology that seems to avoid any and all criticism.
That's right.
And it does so like a religion.
That's right.
And that's what's dangerous about it, is because we have these religious tendencies. We have these fundamentalist ideological tendencies to adopt a particular pattern of thinking and behavior and to stick with it without deviation, because if you do, you'll be ostracized. And that's what you're seeing with woke culture.
That's right. So, you know, you bring up religion again and forgiveness too, right?
Yes.
You learn from your mistakes. This is horrifying me that teenagers are like calling each other out and like these cancel, like whatever the hell they're doing. It's like, no, you have to be allowed to make mistakes. You have to be allowed to mess up and grow from that, and then be acknowledged for having gone through that and grown. That's so important for people to realize. It's key to life. It's not even just key to society. It's key to life.
That's a beautiful way to end this. Thank you, sir. And your book, Cynical Theories, is available right now. Helen Pluckrose, the second most English woman's name on the planet.
That's right.
And the other one is?
Her daughter.
What's hers?
Lucy.
Lucy Pluckrose. That's some seriously Harry Potter type shit. And James Lindsay. That's right there. And you can follow James on Twitter. I highly recommend it. He's one of my best follows. I appreciate you very much.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Goodbye, everybody.
Greetings.
When I'm ready, and not before.
What's going on, you guys? Nick here with Nick Strength and Power. I've got a couple of interesting stories for you guys, just like I do every day. The first story that I have for you guys today, Ronnie Coleman. We haven't said that name in a video in quite a while. So the last time that we reported on Ronnie Coleman, he had another recent surgery. Now, Big Ron just seems to not be able to catch a break when it comes to having to get these surgeries. He's had, really at this point, just kind of a countless number of them. And that most recent one was back in early January, so maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago. But the Ronnie Coleman story I wanted to include in this video is a little bit of a more positive one. Ronnie Coleman is back in the gym training. And no, to Ronnie's haters out there, he's not doing any crazy, leg presses, no crazy squats, no crazy deadlifts, nothing crazy. He's just back in the gym doing some preacher curls, hitting biceps with the caption, yeah, I know I'm looking small. I haven't worked out in 5 weeks, so I guess it has been about 5 weeks since that surgery. But I think the important and motivational part of this caption that I really wanted to include here is one thing you know I'll never do is quit or give up. I'm a fighter till I die, and I will always succeed. So take it from the king, Ronnie Coleman. After, like a dozen plus surgeries, he's still excited to get back in the gym and start training again. So maybe that will give you some nice Monday motivation. Now, next up in the news, following the big Ronnie story, we've got a big Rami story here. So in yesterday's news video, we talked about Big Rami's death face. That notorious face that bodybuilders tend to have when they've been doing some extreme dieting. It's really been, kind of a trademark sign of whether or not a bodybuilder's in shape, whether their face is puffy or sucked in like that. And at 4 weeks out, Big Rami has the death face sucked in, sucked up, looking chiseled. But in addition to the death face, the video that Big Rami posted last night on his Instagram story, I thought was pretty impressive, and I'll tell you why. So this video you're watching right now of Big Rami doing some front raises for his shoulders, one thing you can notice here is his legs, specifically the veins in his legs. Now some people are getting this confused because a lot of people sent this to me. Those two big lines are not veins. I think he's wearing shorts under his sweatpants. So those two big lines are not like one giant vein. But if you look closer, you can see veins through his shorts and his sweats while he's training shoulders, not even training legs. So Big Rami is so lean right now and so vascular right now. Not only does he have the death face at 4 weeks out, but you can see veins in his legs through 2 layers of clothing when he's not even training legs. And Big Rami's gotten a lot of criticism for messing up his conditioning before and not consistently coming in the way he needs to come in. But this time, he must be doing something right. I don't know, man. I saw a lot of haters saying they don't think Big Rami's going to come in shape after that last video, but I also saw a lot of support. That video I posted yesterday did an insane amount of likes. People were getting amped up about how Big Rami is looking. I think this is even further of an amp to the Big Rami hype train. Now, we also spoke in yesterday's news video very briefly about Neil Yoda Hill calling out Nathan Diasha on Nathan's recent progress picture, where Neil Hill, who is the famous coach of Flex Lewis, bodybuilding guru, had this to say, essentially saying that if this is really how Nathan is looking, he looks like he's 8 weeks out, not 3 weeks out, he's not going to do well. Nathan responded today on his Instagram story to that message from Neil Hill, showing his tricep, mockingly saying 8 weeks out, and something about Obi-Wan Kenobi. Now, I know that Neil Yoda Hill's nickname is Yoda. I don't know, man, but it sounds like shots fired. Now, again, dude, I'm actually a fan of Nathan's physique. I saw a lot of comments kind of bashing him in yesterday's video, talking about his torso and his midsection. I actually think he has a pretty decent physique for a men's open pro. As far as a small waist is concerned, I think he's got a lot of potential. But like I said, in this case, I'm just not seeing him as a threat to the top 6 at the Arnold this particular year. Now, next up in the news, let's get to another strength story here, since you guys seem to enjoy that Hafthor Bjornsson story in the last video so much. Larry wheels 3 weeks out from his next powerlifting meet. 2 very impressive numbers recently put out by Larry. Most recently, today, a 937 pound or 425 kilogram squat with bands 3 weeks out. Larry, buddy, Why you got to do this to us? You, sir, are a genetic freak. Now, Larry did not stop there with the squat. He would also go on to deadlift at 3 weeks out from this powerlifting meet. I believe this was yesterday or 2 days ago. Larry Wheels deadlifted 903 pounds or 410 kilograms, beltless with bands, 3 weeks from the Arnold Classic. Now, I haven't been following closely enough, but I'm guessing Larry is competing in a powerlifting meet at the Arnold. I know there's like several different powerlifting meets held at the Arnold each year, but I haven't been following close enough to know which one Larry is doing, but I'm sure whichever one he does choose to do, he's going to crush it. To me, that's the only real downside of the Arnold, is there's so much going on over the Arnold weekend. You just can't go to everything. I mean, there's going to be some stuff you miss. Like, whatever competition Larry's doing, there's no way I'm going to be able to make it there between working at the booth and all the bodybuilding shows going on. There's just no way to go to everything. And you got strongman, you've got wrestling there. It's just the Arnold has so much to offer. You can't see it all, which is crazy. But you got to go to the Arnold this year. If you have never been, definitely something you need to go check out. Now, we spoke earlier in the video about Big Ramy. Seeing Big Ramy's veins through his pants and his shorts. Insane. Let's talk a little bit about William Bonac, who is also kind of following that same path that Big Ramy seems to be on. William Bonac doing some lunges here. And what do you notice about William Bonac that screams conditioning? You can see that his glutes are striated through his pants. It would be impressive enough to have striated glutes at 3-4 weeks out from the Arnold just in your posing trunks. But the fact that you could see them through his pants, crazy. Man, I am telling you guys, first and second is going to be an all-out war between William Bonac and Big Ramy. Both of them are taking this extremely seriously. Both of them are looking insane at this point in their prep. Neither one of them is showing any signs of slacking or not looking good or not being on track or going to show up off. They both look like they're ready for war, and they want this title more than anything. And what we have here, gentlemen, is two very different physiques. Big Ramy and William Bonac, they both have very different strong points, very different weaknesses, very different attributes to both their physiques. Big Ramy obviously much taller, much bigger from a weight standpoint, muscle mass standpoint. William Bonac a much more compact, but denser, and a little bit more complete, I would argue, and a little bit more proportion of a bodybuilder than Big Ramy. But just maybe not the same level of freak factor that Ramy has. But he might have tighter conditioning. But in any case, let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. The battle between Big Ramy and William Bonac. Who do you guys have coming out on top in 3 weeks in Columbus, Ohio? Now, finally in the news today, I wanted to report a little bit of an unorthodox
pizza or salad? Which one do you think I'm having for dinner tonight? Well, it's not this. It's definitely not.
Story. The teen phenom, 17-year-old Tristan Lee, the viral sensation, soccer player, shredded to the bone. Everyone's been talking about him for the past couple of years. Not only did he recently do a training video with Bradley Martin, but yesterday he dropped a shredded physique update that I've had a ton of people sending to me because they were super impressed with how lean this kid really is. And I don't know if I've ever done a video specifically on Tristan. I may have mentioned him once or twice in a news video. I think back in the Louis Marco days, Louis Marco was the one that actually put Tristan on the map. Whatever happened to that Louis Marco fella, by the way? You don't really see that guy post anymore. But anyway, just wanted to give it a little shout out to Tristan Lee here because tons of people have been sending me this video just because of how insanely lean this guy is. Looking every bit of like, dude, I don't know, 3% body fat. I don't know if he's planning on competing anytime soon, but he definitely looks like he's about to make some loser YouTuber make a natty or not video about him. So that is going to wrap it up for today's video, guys. I hope you did, in fact, enjoy it. If you guys are off work today for President's Day, off work, or maybe even off school if you guys are a little bit younger, hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Maybe enjoy some time with friends and family if you're off work or off school. And if you're not off work or off school, hey, at least you got to watch this video and take 10 minutes out of your day to focus on bodybuilding. Just wanted to thank each and every single one of you guys that have subscribed and watched my videos and liked my videos. Just wanted to say lately, man, I've been feeling amped up, enthusiastic about making videos again. And cranking out these videos every day. Starting to be fun again. For a while, it was getting just kind of monotonous and not really enjoying it. But lately, it's been fun, man. I like cranking out these videos. So I just wanted to thank you guys for that. As always, give this video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Subscribe to this channel if you have not subscribed already. And as always, baby, Nick Strength and Power, signing out.
Greetings.